And now I'm naked and wild, you know? And that's how I like to come into the show. As naked and as wild as I could possibly be, you know? Is this thing on? Did you guys heard that? My fault. I didn't want you guys to hear about me being naked and wild out here. We already got somebody naked and wild in the chat. And he's known as the legendary one. Yobi says only for the authentic ones, as he adds to the comments on there, getting the likes on there as well. We know we got to do it right. Let Pong give you the proper send off onto this Normandy that we're about to jump onto. But I gotta start off with saying, welcome to Living Split Screen, ladies and gentlemen, the home of that live, raw, and uncut action. Also the home of that RTS view, where we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of that map, pull our resources together so we can not only build up the foundation for ourselves here at Living Split Screen, but also the foundation for those potential 2 to 3 billion gamers that are out there. And this week, I got to start off by saying we got to have a hardcore gaming conversation, ladies and gentlemen. Like, I'm finding a lot of people seemingly waking up out of their slumber. And First Descendant seems to be the first thing on their mind, or the issue of free-to-play gaming, or just gaming in totality. A lot of interesting takes, a lot of interesting conversation to be had as well. And look, this conversation will be filled with a bunch of different things, a bunch of different topics, a bunch of different angles. I was actually discussing it with myself last night, actually, as I would say. Some people would say that's crazy, but no, I was just kind of trying to go over how I kind of wanted to approach the topic, because again, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. As we always like to say here, we want people to come from different angles. But I think it's going to be interesting what we get into. So anyway, nonetheless, I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That's I, Steel Rain I. That's he is a 7 everywhere. Google's probably the easiest place that you can type that information in and find all the frequent places that I am. X being an example, otherwise known as Twitter, and the ecosystem of Xbox. I heard that was also a conversation this week, because apparently we should be thanking Microsoft and not Xbox, although they're the same company, so it doesn't really matter which one you think. Again, maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just trying to be a little bit more open. Again, I take that RTS view. Oh, and I also didn't mention, it's also the home of that ECP, that educated consumer perspective, because we don't work in the industry. We're not the journalists of gaming news. We're just two avid gamers who have gaming as a passion, as a hobby, and just love to talk about every facet of it that we can on a very organic standpoint, I would say. And we used to say organic a lot because it was a play on some of the things that were happening before. But it's really true what we do here, man. I was on with the Iron Lords last Sunday. As a shout out to the Iron Lords, much love to them. But I was telling them as well, man, me and Pong, we do 4 to 5 hours worth of content on a week-to-week basis. Sometimes it's a little bit shorter than that, depending. Like today, maybe it will, maybe it won't. Depends how I start feeling by the afternoon, because I did work overnight. And we'll see how the energy is flowing, how we're feeling, where the conversation's at. Maybe I'm riled up the entire time. But I was just letting them know, like, it's crazy what me and Pong can do when you look across the field, right? It's crazy what me and Pong can do in the time span, not being able to really chop it up with each other during the week. And of course, we got some game time in this week. You'll see that live in the background for you today. This is from our most recent session, so you'll get over 3 hours worth of video content from us playing the first Descendant together. And actually, I have less than 10 hours in the game so far. So that's also a very interesting thing for myself. I'm not having the diverse opinion, but I've heard many different things. So, but nonetheless, got to get into it, because we got to get that shout out in as well. But before we get that shout out in, I got to introduce the uncanny gentleman himself, the brother from another, the X-Man, that is not Cyclops, because he's a, for lack of a better way to put it, he's a bitch. But and he's not Iceman either. But he's my guy, the one and only Pong. So what's going on, brother man?
Hey everybody, happy Saturday morning to you all. Happy first Descendant launch week. Obviously, like Steele said, we're going to talk a lot about that. Man, you know what, Steele? It's really good to see us playing together on the screen, man, with this gameplay, man. It's been a minute since I've seen our name together up there, man. We've been playing, or at least I've been playing so many single-player games lately. It's good to have one in the library, especially one this good, and we're going to get into it, obviously, here in a few. But I got a shout out here, Yobi. This big old red box is just calling my name, so attention, ladies and gentlemen. Attention, the Splitters aboard. The Splitters hype train this early Saturday morning. That's right, we got a special announcement. It's not too often that we start building the warp drive this early, but I got to put out the warning lights. You'll notice that we put an extra graphic on those screens above your heads as you're sitting there buckling your 4-point harnesses so early, and that is because the one and only legendary Yobi's trying to get us to build the warp drive. We might be going to space early today, folks, but we want to make sure that you are buckled up tight, so pay attention to those attendants as they come around. It doesn't happen this early, but we are already at a Mach 10 this morning. That's right, Yobi with the 100 nuke. That's right, he got us started out early, got us to Mach 10, so we need to make sure we have already closed the windows. Don't worry. We've got special cameras on the outside of the train to let you see the beautiful scenery, but you ain't seeing much scenery because it's just a big freaking blur out there. That's right. But you can still take a look at that, but we need you to keep safe and keep all appendages inside. So we've locked the windows down tight. We don't know where this train is going, but the Yobi came overhead and nuked the field. Mountains, trees, they're all gone. It's flat land from here on out at Mach 10.0. Oh, that's right, the one and only Yobi. Choo-choo, motherfucker. Choo-choo. Yobi, appreciate you, brother, man. Again, never expected, always appreciated. Doesn't matter what it is, man. But that big red box so early in the morning, appreciate you, sir. Appreciate you so much, my friend, and appreciate everybody joining us for another episode of Living Split Screen. That's right, like Steele said. We're going to talk a lot here today. I think first Descendant community, again, gaming in general, as we like to do, and obviously we appreciate all of you rolling through here and any comments you're going to bring in. You know what? You know how Steele and I roll. Who knows which way we're going to go? One of you guys might bring up something that dictates a little bit of the conversation too, but I think there's some interesting things to be said. But yeah, I've been playing nonstop first Descendant. So real quick, before I forget, I do want to give a shout out to Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess. I did try the demo and was sold on that game in 40 minutes. Okay, I didn't need to play anymore. I was done. 40 minutes. I'm like, yep, this is going to be a game. This is going to be my game. This is going to be a game for me all the way through. Capcom is ridiculous right now, firing on all cylinders. And we've talked about that many times. We got to shout out Path of the Goddess. It's coming to Game Pass. I got to remind everybody it's coming to Game Pass. So even if you don't think it's a game for you, you got Game Pass, try it, download it. If you want to try the demo now just to see, do it. This game is gorgeous. This game, we talk about games being art all the time here. You guys know this. And technically speaking, it doesn't take a genius to make that statement because it is art on our screen. It's all different forms of art. It's all different styles of art, but it is art, right? That's the visual aspect of it, right? That's that's actually the audio aspect of it as well when it comes to music. That music is art, absolutely, obviously, as well, and that's in our games, right? So, and putting it all together is an art form itself on how they get these games together. But my God, Path of the Goddess, it's like living artwork, man. If you guys remember a little game called Okami, back in the day, that was actually based on painting, right? With the wolf and all that kind of stuff that blew people's minds. This is different from that, but the blend of visuals that they've got in this game, and then they did the cool thing, and they gave me a photo mode Steel in the demo.
Oh, and it's still got a photo mode? Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's how I pulled those screenshots earlier this week that I posted, was actual photo mode. And then you go into photo mode and you stop the wild action on the screen that's happening when you're in combat, and you stop it and you see the details that are in there, and the actual the creatures themselves are so original, Steel, like how they've done, like they blended that Eastern philosophy or the Eastern look, right? They've blended that with the mythology, right? But they've created something just so different in a lot of ways when you stop it. And then you include how they accent your sword swings with this like prismatic light trail that goes throughout. Like, game is just awesome, man. It is just
I saw lightning weapons, and that's what got me. I was like, oh, they got lightning weapons in here. I think I'm set.
It is just dope, man. The action is cool. I love the blend of tower defense and real-time strategy mixed in with the live action. Like, there is a lot to this game. They said it's going to be, I think they came out this week and said it's about 20 hours to complete it.
Damn.
Yep. About 20 hours. No, it's only a $50 game. Remember, not full price game either. So they're doing it right there. But they've put all their, this isn't like let's slap together an indie title from Capcom and throw it out there. No.
Nah,
this is AAA quality, bro. This is
probably got some difficulty to it as well.
And the characters, like the idea, and they've already shown this trailer, so I'm not doing any spoilers, but the idea is you want to clear out, and this is nothing new, right? This isn't groundbreaking, but you got to clear out, you got to clear out the demonic darkness that's inheriting the land, right? That's taking over the land. You got to clear those spaces out, right? And you go from gate to gate to gate. That's the idea, is that you're clearing out these gates, right? That are allowing these creatures to come through and destroy the world, right? Well, but the princess that you're with, I forget her name I forget her name offhand. If she's a princess or she's a goddess, I haven't quite figured out the lore yet, because again, I only spent 40 minutes in the demo and I didn't look into it a whole lot. But you're escorting her, right? And that's your job, is escorting her from gate to gate. You have one of the mechanics, Steel, is that you got to clear a path for her, okay?
Right.
But that path takes a like an energy to create, right?
Okay.
So you don't necessarily, and that you can only do it during the daytime, because when the nighttime comes, that's when the creatures come out of the gate.
Right.
So you got to strategize how far you want to create the path, because as you create the path, time is passing. So you can't necessarily get her to the gate all in one go if you don't have enough energy built up from defeating the monsters, from clearing out some of the from some of the whatever you want to. I know there's a better word than I'm going to say, but anyways, clear out some of the poison or disease that's in the land, right?
Okay.
So as you clear that out, you can recover a little bit of energy too. So you got to strategize how far you want to put her ahead. But as she's moving down the path, Steel, she isn't just walking, okay, like you would expect, or running down the path towards this gate. She is dancing down this path, and it is beautiful. Like it increases the tension because she's taking her sweet ass time to go down the path.
Right.
But it's all part of the game. But she's dancing, and the dancing is freaking beautiful. The move she's doing traditional Eastern style dance down this path that you've created for her. Okay. So that's a little glimpse into what Path of the Goddess is, but it plays extremely well. How they've got it set up where you rescue some of the villagers, because in these areas, like, villages have been taken over as the gates have opened up, and the villagers themselves have been captured or kind of like turned into part of the disease or part of the poison of the land. And as you open that up, right, you will crack open some of these crazy looking like plant lifelike structures that have been formed, right? And all of a sudden a villager will pop out because you rescued them. And then you take that villager and you can turn them into different classes, but that takes energy, Steel. So you got to determine how much energy you want to spend putting into the villagers and what class you want them to be, because some of the classes are more expensive, right? So in the demo I had early on, I got the choice between like an axe wielder and a type of wizard or magician who would kind of freeze the enemies, right? Okay. So that's where the tower defense comes in.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I like where this is going.
Yeah, so and then you get to set them up along the path, and there are branching paths where the monsters can obviously get around you, so you got to prepare for that too. But you can kind of set up where you want your villagers and how you want them spaced out to help you with that defense, because when the gate start pouring through.
Oh God. Check your mic, Pong. I think it might have either unplugged or disconnected or something. For one more time. You cut off.
Okay, so
I can hear you now. I can
hear me now.
Yes.
Something's going on. It happened to me last night too.
Okay. So. You're back to normal. Okay. I was just about to also suggest maybe turn yourself down a smidgen, but it sounds like you might be all right now.
Yeah. The mic did this last night, right at the end of Xbox Ultimate too. It might just be the way that I'm moving it to.
Oh, okay.
It's getting sensitive on me. Sorry about that, guys. But yeah, so lost my train of thought. But
the branching path that you got to take into consideration.
Yeah, you got to take that into consideration. You can place the villagers, depending on how many you've opened up, you can place the villagers where you need to, because once the gate opens up and the enemies start pouring through, the waves of creatures start pouring through, right? Well, then it becomes live action. The villagers will move within a certain area of effect. They will move and defend that area. Okay. And then you're free to move. And that's where the action combat comes in, because then you're free to go in and wreak havoc on the monsters, right, along with the villagers, but you're allowed free roam. You can roam anywhere you want to go during that time frame, during nighttime when you are battling these monsters. And then once you clear out a gated area, you get to obviously the area becomes good. You set up camp. They have a whole camp area where you can then work on your skills. So you get skill points, you get all that kind of stuff where you get these little charms and hilts for your blade, which give you different effects, right? And different skills. So then you can decide how you want to build out your warrior. So you can do all that. Game is deeper than it looks on the surface. The blend of the genres works extremely well from what I've seen so far. I was
hoping so, yeah.
Again, Capcom just ain't missing. And the art style right there alone, I was like, this is just beautiful, man. This is just gorgeous. You can move the camera around. It when I first started at the game in the first level, I thought, I'm like, oh, wait. I thought this was like 3D. I'm like, but it was 2D. I was like on a side scroller.
Okay.
Yeah, because you can move the camera to that angle if you really want to go that angle. Like, you can free roam the camera in the action. And so then I moved it up. I'm like, oh, here we go. Like, no, I just got free control over the camera. This is dope as fuck. Okay. So, yes. Everybody go try out Kanutsugami, Path of the Goddess. Again, no risk. Try the demo now or wait for the game to drop into Game Pass. It's coming, not next week, but the week following, right, Steel?
Yeah, I think it's the week following, yeah.
Yeah, the week of the 19th or something like that.
Right.
So go check this out. It's worth it. Yeah, it's worth it.
Super dope.
So I just wanted to get that shot out of the way because that was one I tried earlier this week and I was sold within 40 minutes. So I didn't want to forget that. But otherwise, it's been the first Descendant, Steel. I mean, I don't know if we're going to get into it like right now like we normally do, but I've been playing since Thursday. Steam is telling me I have 32 hours in.
Okay.
So how accurate the Steam numbers are, we don't know. Sometimes Steel thinks they are off. They're pretty accurate.
It's pretty accurate, yeah.
So, and that's with those servers being down for the time period that they were down. But yeah, if you guys can't tell, First Descendant is my jam, okay? First Descendant, I've been making posts about it. A lot of people have been making posts about it. First Descendant is what I look for in a looter shooter. And to be real, to get a game like this from Nexon that is outside of server issues, a couple little lag spikes here and there, a couple little jitters here and there. I had some crashes the first day, but since the patch, that hasn't happened. To have this type of game of this quality on UE5 as a shooter come out and drop this, it's very rare these days we get this type as a free-to-play model. Like, this is just a freaking great example of how you do it. We're going to talk about the monetization, and it is aggressive. Don't get me wrong, it's aggressive. Steele's got some big thoughts on this. He's played more of these than even I have. He's again, Mr. Warframe, Mr. Black Desert Online. This dude's got experience. Well, no, but you've played a lot of it. You've played a lot.
No, I have. I have a lot of time
okay.
to Warframe.
Okay. Well, again,
I say that because I was playing with people that are way beyond me.
Okay, right.
And they're part of the reason why I was able to get into it and understand it the way that I did and everything else. So, but
you got a good grip on the game. Yeah. You have a massive grip. I played some hours in Warframe. Not like you, but I played some hours. But I was playing solo, and I didn't have anybody carrying me. And a lot of it was in the beginning when the game was a baby and they made a lot of mistakes, and the game is nowhere. It's not even the same game anymore. Compared to when I first played it, right? And I played it a little bit
when
later.
It came out too. So
yeah, exactly. But I we'll talk about that too. But I just got to say that Nexon, these devs absolutely killed it when it comes to First Descendant. The loop, the movement, the gunplay. I said this. I'll say it again. I'll put this gunplay up against pretty much any other third-person shooter, including Destiny. Okay, this gunplay is freaking phenomenal from my point of view.
About the same.
It is absolutely an incredible job by the devs to have the game as polished as it is coming out. They obviously use their time wisely with the betas and stuff that Steele was a participant in.
Yeah, only one. I only did one beta, and I was sold on the game. So,
you were sold on the game, but which was like, and I'm gonna let you talk about it because you said that they obviously put work in since that beta. They put a lot of work in. So they use their time wisely to get this game ready to rock and roll. The cross play, cross save, cross progression, day one is working flawlessly. Okay, I fired up the Xbox last night to see. Sure enough.
Okay, you did. Nice.
Yep. I just fired it up real quick just to see if my character carried over and everything. I didn't get hop in and play it because I was
going to say I wanted to get your opinion on how it ran or whatever.
No, I'm not going to be able to talk about that yet. But I just fired it up just to see if everything moved over seamlessly. It did. Zero issues. I had because you have to link your account through Nexon, but everything was right there. Fired up, no problems. Everything ready to rock and roll if I wanted to hop in. So again, we don't get this stuff out of every game. We don't get this stuff out of the big AAA publishers. We don't get this stuff all in 2024 like we should. But here's Nexon proving everybody that this can be done and you can do it right. Again, free to play is a model that I approve of. Not everybody does, and we're going to talk about that. Yeah. But I approve of free to play because it gives me a chance to hop in. 2 hours in, I was like, yeah, they did their thing. I was like, this is my game. This is my new looter shooter. This is what I wanted out of this game. I gave them money. I flipped them $70. I bought the 3,000 package for their aggressive monetization. Now, I bought costumes. I didn't buy any of the big premium stuff, but I bought costumes for my character. And colors, because you do have to buy color palette, which Steele's going to talk about and I'm going to talk about as well.
Absolutely.
But I've done that. I still have right around 2,000 coins left. Got my battle pass, right? I got 2,000 coins left. So again, this game is special to me. It might not be for everybody. This isn't the greatest game ever created, but as a looter shooter,
Destiny isn't for everybody.
Right. As a looter shooter fan, as somebody who enjoys this type of game and who understands that these games are grinding, who understands that these games, that the enemy AI is supposed to be fucking dumb because they're fodder for more loot and for experience. And they're supposed to be that way. But yet I get to the bosses and we're getting pressed. Or if I'm running solo and I get mobbed, I'm dying. And I played one last night, one of the Colossi. I put it out I ain't ashamed. One of the Colossi have been fun ass battles until I got to the Devourer last night, Steel. 2 straight hours non-stop of joining groups, trying to find a group who understood the assignment, because the Devourer, Steel, you and I defeated Colossus yesterday. The Devourer, you have to actually work as a group. And that's really hard to do with randos, right?
Before you get into that,
randos. Yeah.
Are you able to turn your mic down just a little bit?
I can.
Are you able to turn it? Yeah, turn it. What is it? What is it on right now? And not for Discord. I don't care what it is in Discord. Let me know.
Where do you want me to turn it down?
Because let's go into the bottom and click on that speaker icon.
No, that's what I was gonna do. I thought you said.
Okay.
Yeah.
My fault. Yeah. My fault. Go in there. Let me know what it's at, because people are saying that you're coming in. You're still coming in a little hot. I just want to see. Because sometimes Windows has been adjusting my shit. So
tell me if I'm better.
That's now. Way better.
Okay.
That's way better for what I can tell on Discord so far. I mean, keep going. I didn't want to stop you in that process.
No.
You could even turn it up a little bit more. Where'd you turn it down from? What was it at?
75.
Yeah, you turned it back up to about, what is it at now?
70 right now.
Okay, yeah, leave it at 70. It's not, because it sounds good. I don't know why the extra 5 decibels made that much of a fucking difference. That's weird as fuck.
I don't know either. But
you sound good now. Yeah, you sound extra crispy now.
Cool.
Go ahead.
It could have been too. Logitech did their update, so
okay.
With the microphone too, so that could have fucked.
Okay, gotcha. That might have been what it is. Yeah, Mishy saying it's better. Gene saying it's better. Okay, perfect. Okay, cool, let me know if it's still a little hot for you guys. I can just there. I can just turn it down on my end, and then we can just go from there. So apologize all that, guys, if it was a little too hot for y'all. That's why I was trying to ask earlier if it sounded off or whatever, but it's all good. We got to figure it out. But you were talking about the Colossus, the Devourer. Yeah.
You got to work as a team. You got to work as a team for this one. The other ones you could get away with running around kind of doing your own thing. But the Devourer, still, he's got a healing mechanic.
Oh,
and
God.
It ain't no joke. Like, this isn't something you can just. I actually went and looked at videos just to see what the hell we were,
like what people were doing. Yeah,
like if there was anything I could do differently, right? Because again, I'm running randos, right? Non-mic, of course. So it's going to be difficult to get because this is a Colossus. This is the 5th Colossus in the game, and there's a total of 10. Okay, so half or 9. Is it 9 or 10? 9 or 10.
Either way, fine.
Yeah. And this is the 5th. Man, 2 hours to finally find a group who knew what the hell enough they were doing. Still, we beat him with I think it was under 50 seconds left.
I forgot that shit was timed as well. Jesus.
Yeah, bro. His healing mechanic is dumb. I posted on X, fuck this guy all the way back to hell. Because I was so mad, bro. I was so mad. It didn't matter what group I had. Like, we got close a couple times, but like not close enough. Like, we had matches where people quit out halfway through. Because there was no point. We were never going to beat them. Like, it was so frustrating. But I'm just saying that difficulty level is there in this game for the people who just say, "Oh, it's all the same shit." It's just super easy. You just run through this nonstop. Listen, you do that in Diablo, you do that in Destiny.
Yeah, you do that anywhere.
You do that in looter shooters.
Don't get me started on fucking Destiny, bro.
Right. This is looter shooters, though. Like, this is looter shooters.
Yeah.
The point is to continuously power up your character, get new weapons, get new skills, and then continue that loop, because then you have to go back and redo it again to repower up stuff. Like, this is what you're supposed to do.
We'll get
and I don't understand why. Yeah, we're gonna get into it. But again, what they've done here is just absolutely just goodness, pure, unadulterated looter shooter goodness. And I'm going to praise the hell out of this game because, again, movement wise, right? Character design is beautiful.
Character design is on point. Yeah.
Beautiful. Even the NPCs you meet, story isn't groundbreaking or mind-blowing, but it's good enough. It's interesting enough. There's enough twists
Yeah, it's interesting.
turns.
Yeah.
There's enough times where a character will pop in that you'll love or that will annoy the hell out of you to keep you engaged. And you'll go, oh, what is going on here?
Mhm.
They've got it all in this game, and it's free to freaking play. Outside of some of the cosmetics or the boosts, if you need the XP boost, and again, this is PvE, XP boosts, gold boosts, or whatever, you can grind out every other thing in this game. And I gotta say, Steel, getting into the weapons, and I hit level 40 yesterday, obviously.
Okay.
That's max cap, right? I'm almost at mastery level 10. Max cap, one of the characters. Now, again, as Steel and I were talking about yesterday, while we were playing the game, obviously they've set this up because they want you to go and get other characters leveled up, right? So, but as I got into it, Steel, and started really looking at the mods, because then things get interesting, because then it gets important to start looking at your mods more, to start looking at your weapons more.
Character, all that. Yeah.
Yep. I went back, Steel, and I did the, I guess we'll call it a transmorph, because you can take any weapon and bump it to a current level of one of the weapons that you have in your inventory. Okay. You can sacrifice one of the weapons.
Basically sacrifice. Okay.
Yeah. Basically sacrifice. Obviously, it takes materials, and you got to get the right materials. But I took those ultimate weapons that I got, Steel, that were level 1, and I bumped them to the 40s, right? And I started using the ultimate weapons. Yo,
they hit. They hit different.
And I hadn't used the launcher up to this point, Steel, but I had an ultimate launcher in my inventory, right?
And there's mods that boost them as well. And you for having
it. And they've got also abilities. And I figured out, Steel, I found out through the game, obviously, that on the ultimate abilities, you can level up those ultimate abilities, right? In order to level up those ultimate abilities, Steel, you got to have another ultimate weapon, a matching ultimate weapon.
Oh,
that's the point of those blueprints for the ultimate weapons. Even though you get some of them for free in the game as you're playing through, you got to go create those ultimate weapons so you can bump up that skill, that special for that ultimate weapon. All right, cool. But when I when I put those ultimate weapons up and started running around again, the special effects, or the actual different effects that they have on those ultimate weapons, make a difference, right? They do feel different. They feel great. The weapon design, from even the lowest class weapons up to the ultimate weapons, is on point. It looks great. They're unique. They feel great. The sound from the weapons is beautiful. They feel punchy. Again, when you're headshotting with a hand cannon, it feels like you're headshotting with a hand cannon.
Yeah, it feels good. It
feels good.
Real
Satisfying.
good.
Satisfying. The grapple isn't the best grapple ever created in video games.
No,
but it's
not
more
Lost
than
Planet.
No, it's more than serviceable. It's not Apex Legends. It's not any of those, right? But it's more than serviceable. It is actually fun once you start getting it
some
down.
skill to it. Yeah, you can get some skill to it
and all that kind of stuff. I can't say enough about First Descendant. We're gonna get into other stuff, and I'm gonna let Steel go here because I've been talking for long enough. But First Descendant has captured me. Again, as a free-to-play game, I don't know why people have issues. Again, if you just hate free-to-play games, so be it. It's not a game for you. That's fine. Cool. Move on. 1,000 other games you can go spend $70 on and buy outright. Go do that.
Yep.
Go do that. Again, game makers didn't suddenly stop making paid games. Okay. They didn't stop. Not everybody's making just free-to-play games now. So go play something else.
Yeah, there's plenty of other full-price games that you can play.
But if you are somebody who does not have that attitude, that is willing to try free-to-play games, even if you're not all the way sold on them, go download this game and check it out for yourself. If you have any interest in looter shooters, go check this game out and make the decision for yourself. Right? That's all you got to do. Stop listening to these people on a free-to-play game. It's like any game in Game Pass. If you have Game Pass, I don't know why you listen to anybody. Download the shit.
Yeah.
And try it.
There's no excuse. Nah.
Right, to make the choice for yourself. Like, again, this is the same thing. But man, I was having a great time, and I took that screenshot earlier, a couple days ago, and posted it to, again, going back to the crossplay. I just noticed, I mean, again, I was running around in the open world playing solo with randos, just hopping in and out of missions. Hopping in and out of missions is flawless. You don't even have to go to the starting point in the mission in the open world. You actually just can run into the battlefield as people are playing and shoot an enemy, and it automatically joins you to that mission.
Automatically pulls you in. Yep.
But I was running around doing that stuff, and all of a sudden I looked up in the corner where it shows all the other teammates' names because I was in a mission with them. And here's an Xbox player, here's a PlayStation player, and here's a Steam player, and we're all rolling together. It just doesn't get any better than that, folks.
No, it really doesn't.
This type of game,
super dope.
It's beautiful to see that, man. Yeah, so that's my initial thoughts. Steel, I'll let you talk about it too. Initial thoughts, because you've been, obviously playing not as much because you're working this week. Next week is going to be a different story. Steel is going to surpass me. This is the rare game. I was laughing yesterday. This is a rare game where we hopped in together, and I was far ahead of Steel level wise. It was funny as fuck. I hopped into Steel's game to help him out, catch up on the missions because I was higher level. That doesn't happen very often, but it was fun as hell. I'll let you get your initial thoughts and we'll see where the conversation goes from there, Steel.
Yeah, I definitely think we'll get into the upcoming games and then just fully ramp it up from there, because there's a lot of different angles that we can go from. Just to kind of jump off the springboard of what you were talking about. As far as the game just being free to play, the main thing that I just want to be up front, and I say up front and more so like forthright, is how people are treating this game, right? Again, to each his own, everybody's going to feel differently, but I can't take anybody serious that says that this game isn't at least decent, but was okay with Destiny when it released, was okay with Division when it released, was okay with Warframe when it released, was okay with Borderlands 3 when it released. And Borderlands 3 wasn't nowhere close to what 2 was. I played Borderlands 3 and was like, I don't get the hype. And people were like, oh, that's because you didn't play 2. And it's like, oh, well, I thought this game was just supposed to be good. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things to where, just off the back of what Paul was saying, it's one of those things to where, yes, is some of the monetization in the game aggressive? It's aggressive on the side of Warframe if you look at that scaling of monetization. But my main problems with the game are more so on a customization level than they are on anything else, right? I don't agree with the whole colors and it being single use on this outfit. You can't use it on this character or these outfits. And I don't get that process, and I get why they would want to monetize it, but there's a lot of other things around there outside of the store. Let's just forget about the store. Let's just take the game for what it is up front. There's a lot of things up front in the game that we had to wait until the Division 2 to get. We had to wait till Destiny 2 to get. We had to wait till Warframe was a decade in to get, like crossplay, cross progression, cross save, all these great things that are happening day one. I was telling Pong as well yesterday, the dismantle system, something that you think is just so basic. Oh man, you're playing a looter. It should be easy to dismantle your gear and get resources. And first day, hey, instant dismantle all, dismantle. Perfect. I don't have to think about it. You can bookmark things. You can save it if you're not trying to delete something. You can make sure that you can favorite it, and so that you don't end up doing that. There's just a lot of quality of life things that they've thought about, and to me, that's things that they've taken from the beta, and that they've been paying attention to. Now, again, I definitely want to talk about the monetization side, and we definitely will, because that is one place where I think that they should pull away a bit from that Warframe thought process of how you approach cosmetics. Because the number one thing that would just help me out a lot and would just take a major complaint away is if you just gave me a color wheel. I'd pay $10 for the color wheel. I wouldn't even complain about it. Now, you can give me multiple different, a color wheel for chrome, for like a more of a chrome look, a color wheel for this, a color wheel. Like, you could do that if that's what you wanted to be your strategy, but it shouldn't be. And I see people being extremely disingenuous with it and saying, oh, no other games of Destiny did the same fucking thing when the game came out. Destiny 2. The shaders were one-time use. You had to grind to possibly get the shader again. And if you use it, it was that one time. Destiny's customization was not as in-depth as people just magically think that it is, or it has been this entire time. It has not been this way the entire time. Transmog was not this way. There's just a lot of things that are very like, it's recency bias. Right? You look at the other games around and it's like Division has been almost out for 10 years. Warframe's been out for 10 years. Destiny took 2 games to complete to do decently, and it's still not where it needs to be at. Completely forgot a whole half of their player base. This game comes out and says, hey, we're just doing PvE. I would have rather them kind of fall short on this cosmetic side and the monetization stuff, where they could find out where people actually gave a fuck about their game or not. It is a free-to-play game at the end of the day. And I got a lot more smoke to give than what I'm giving right now. This is a free-to-play game. Destiny has been raking me over the coals for 10 years with $100 DLCs year after year after year. Mm-hmm. Please, let's stop this. And again, everything is earnable in a game. You want to have a conversation about, it's pay to win and all. Look, sure. One of the homies I've been tuning into, shout out to Rurikon. He's super dope. He does a lot of Souls content. Monster Hunter, he's known more for Monster Hunter and whatnot. But he sees it as pay to win, which is absolutely fine. Why does he see it as pay to win? Because it's paying to win your time, which is fair. Look, I get it. Your time is the most valuable asset that you can have. But if you're going to use that as an argument, why the fuck are you playing the game in the first place?
Right.
If you're going to tell me, oh, well, you can pay to progress faster, you can pay to speed up the time that something gets to be able to create it, sure. Yep. You could also go grind some other shit and mind your fucking business for some time and come back to it when it's ready. Wow, what a Marvel concept. Warframe's been fucking doing this shit. But anyway, we're going to get into these upcoming games. As you can tell, I got a lot of energy for the first Descendant. And I'm not, again, I have less time than Pong has in it. I just got past where I was in the closed beta, quite literally.
Yep.
But I do have almost 3,000 hours combined between Destiny 1 and 2. I do have almost 1,000 hours in the Division 1 and 2. Mm-hmm. Probably over that. I also have almost 1,000 hours in Warframe.
Mm-hmm. How many hours?
I've been playing these games. I have 1,500 hours bare minimum in Black Desert Online, in MMO that I played from the beginning on console, and got to experience what it was like when more people started coming into the game, and the devs were able to see, man, the whales are helping us do all these other back end things. And guess what? Years later, the new player coming in is getting a 10 times better experience than I had when I first played the game. And I don't regret any of what I played.
Right.
I don't. I enjoyed it for what it was. I've fallen off of it now because I spent my time with it. Mm-hmm. But that's part of the reason why I had to change from the title from gamers are the first descendant of complainers to hardcore gamers are the first descendant of complainers, because it is much more of I consider us the hardcore, or as I like to say, the enthusiast base that are having these conversations. What is happening, which I also find extremely egregious, is people are having conversations about shit that they don't truly understand. And they're telling it to other people. These people are getting hundreds of thousands of views talking about this shit and trying to say how bad the first Descendant is. Nexon has a history, sure. But I don't think that this is the good example that you need to stand on your mountain about. But We'll definitely get into it some more. Again, got a lot of energy for it, a lot of smoke, probably a good bit of this episode is probably going to be a lot of that because it has branching paths. It's like the Erd Tree, man. I got the Shadow Realm, and you also got the regular Elden Ring that you can go through with hundreds of hours of time that you can spend in there. And again, I'm not saying that you have to like the game. You don't.
No, God, no.
If you're not a looter shooter fan, why are you even trying? But it's free. So that's why you're trying. So great. But where was this energy for all the other games that were doing these, that we played through, that nobody complained and bitched about, and people, especially Destiny? Oh, it's all good. It's Bungie. I had one of the homies, this was some time ago, probably 6 months back. We were talking about Destiny. This is just a sidebar before we get into the upcoming games. Had one of the homies that was in the party chat with some of my old crew or whatever. And we were talking about Destiny or whatever. And I was telling him because they were getting into the new content. And he was asking, oh, Steel, you going to jump in? I was like, no. He was like, why? I was like, because Destiny has fucking wasted my time. And it's shown me that they blatantly do not care about me, which is okay. I enjoyed what I got out of it, and that's it. He was like, oh, what do you mean? I was like, they've removed content. They have sunset content. They have told me that the things that I have grinded for are completely irrelevant now. And instead of moving them forward, they'd rather tell you that it doesn't matter and don't want to support a whole half of their game, which I now hear people excusing and say, oh, well, it's more of a PvE game anyway. Although they made Halo. Although it was a key, that's what they tested the game with in beta with Destiny 1. They didn't test it with PvE content. They did it with PvP. That's what it was known for first. And now it's become this PvE thing. And how do you expect for people to continue to jump in there or to have the want to jump in there when you haven't given it attention? As an example, why would you want me to continue to spend hundreds of dollars on, this season? You need to, not only do you need to get the season pass, but now I also need you to get the dungeon pass. Now I also need you to get these, all these other passes just so you can play with your friends. Because if you don't have that, when we go do this dungeon, it's going to tell you, hey, a player in your party doesn't have access to this content. And what year are we in with Destiny? Almost year 10 in the second game? What are we doing? Anyway, and they're still having some struggles.
Yeah,
it's definitely naked time, as you could tell. It's definitely naked time.
I get this isn't. There's what First Descendant is doing, or we should say it. But anyways, what First Descendant is doing is nothing new. Again, there's nothing in here that is so out of bounds or anything that nobody's done before. Like, again, other than giving you a complete game with hundreds of hours of content if you choose to for free. Again, there is so much in this game. Steel and I were running around. We still have these missions that we can't open yet. I actually played one of those void missions after you got off yesterday too, but it was quick and dirty. And again, exactly what you think it would be, right? But some dude did actually have void shards that I was a rando that I was. That we were running missions and he ran over. I was like, is he wondering how to open these two, or does he have? All of a sudden he started it up. I'm like, sweet, let's go. So it was just a quick clear out. Got a bunch of loot at the end. So easy peasy, right? Anyways, it's just that there's nothing. I don't know why we do this. And this isn't First Descendant, by the way. This conversation leads into, like Steel said, other areas where this is where we're at now, this day and age. Any game that comes out, all of a sudden everybody acts like it's the first game to do something. And we're way past that point. Like this is nothing. Things have been
taken from each other for a while.
Right. And again, there's nothing so aggressive. Yes. Egregious. No, it's not egregious. Like, they're not doing anything that breaks, that crosses the line, I should say. They're not doing anything. Like, it's a choice. It is what it is, right? Of how you want to play the game and whether or not you want to flip them money. Right. And again, if you are, like Steel said, one of those people who considers their time the most precious thing, which everybody should, but if you're choosing to buy boosts to help that time frame, well, then that's a choice. But if you absolutely hate that idea, again, then the game's just not for you. Move on. There's tons of other ones you can go play. Again, I don't understand this concept of why every game that comes out has to be broken down and just torched for every little idea that they have.
And it's
just
free to
doesn't make any sense.
It's not even a $70 game.
You didn't spend money to hop into it, to figure this out, that the game wasn't for you. You didn't spend a dime.
I think that's a win.
That is a win. That's why I love free-to-play model. But anyways, we'll get into it more. But still, before we do get to the upcoming games, real quick, I wanted to get your thoughts, because you did actually finish Erdtree, right?
Yeah.
Shadow of the Erdtree? You finished it. What are your final thoughts?
Oh, yeah, I did do that. Before I do that, though, did you read Yobi's full super chat, or did you just sign up the $100?
Oh, shit.
I'll do that. I got you. Yobi,
sorry, Yobi.
We got sidetracked, chopping it up.
Sorry.
Again, this is what happens when me and Paul only get together once a week and really can get the show together.
I was so focused on starting to get ready and prep for the warp drive to be installed that I totally forgot to read the actual message. Quick. Sorry, Yobi, brother.
Yobi says, peace, love, life. Fire up the Normandy. We are heading off to the Citadel, ladies and gents. LSS, the unstoppable, unbreakable, undefeated legends amongst the community. It's all love and respect. P.S. When you enter the Normandy, all clothes are off. We get naked.
My God.
Okay, we might have to start separating hallways in the Normandy, guys. Like, I don't want to have everybody just seeing people running around, just slanging all over the place. And we gotta relax. Pause, big pause. But I don't disagree. I tell you that I don't disagree.
Yobi's talking about having a key party on the Normandy. Man, come on.
That's true. Hey, just make sure you brought a pack of baby wipes, man. You got to clean up after yourself.
Oh man, our cat's gonna be a massive sausage party, and I ain't down for that shit. Let's go. All
right. Yeah, exactly. Helicopter gang. Pause. Yeah, big pause. But yes, I did. Speaking of Shadow of the Erdtree, I did beat the DLC. Now I didn't beat all the bosses and go through all the content. That's probably something I'll end up doing, going back through with my brother at some point. But just shout out to Elden Ring. Shout out to Miyazaki and everything that he was able to do for Elden Ring with this DLC. That was, I would say it was another 40, 50 hours for me, right? By the time I got to that final boss, the final boss definitely pushed me around, and I did end up having a co-op person come in and help me go through it, man. I don't care. I'm not on this boat of people who are especially in the Souls community. If it was put in the game, it's there to be used. Like, I'm not one of those people, oh, you didn't beat it this way, you do. Like, sure, I might do that with my brother. I might do that with, sure, like amongst each other sometimes. Like, especially when people start bragging. But honestly, it's more, the game is supposed to be about having a good time. And I knew. And I didn't need help with the final boss. I just didn't want to spend another 20 hours, which I knew it was going to take, because I'll keep it real. Radon is that dude at the end of the game. Spoiler warning for those who don't know. But but the final boss is that dude, right? Especially when he gets into his second phase. Like, and I heard somebody break it down, same person, Rurikon. He broke it down like this. He broke it down that the final boss of the DLC is meant to be the final boss of Elden Ring. And if you look at it from that perspective, it's meant to be difficult. It's not meant to be the easiest boss that you've done ever, but now you're seeing more videos of people doing a level 1 run and beating the final. Like, you're starting to see more people who are spending real time with it and really learning how to play and learning what the bosses do, and and really giving it to them, right? I'm not a parry dude. Like, I was watching one dude, like, Radon was just he was getting to me, bro. I had to watch a few people kind of what they would do, and what a lot of people were doing to make it as easy as possible, at least for them, was parrying. I've never been good at parrying in Souls games. Point blank, period. I'm not. I'm the dude, I like to roll around. I would much rather go lightweight and give me a longer roll distance than me have to use a shield and gotta parry everything. And sure, and it makes it it makes it easier. But I like giving myself a little bit of that challenge. But I had a random come in, and he helped out. He really give socket to him, and I beat him in that first try when I had the homie in there. And that was probably my 15th attempt at fighting him or whatever the case. But when you're playing, when you have a slew of games that are coming, right, and a slew of games that you like to play. First Descendant, Once Human is coming out. Tekken 8 was on that list that I can always go back to. And the list just continues to fill out. There is just sometimes where I can't spend the additional X amount of time trying to really hammer out everything about this boss. But I don't think it's a negative. I think it's very well designed. I don't think it's random RNG or anything like that. I saw that kind of conversation going as well, where people were saying that the bosses are more RNG based, and it's just like, bro, that's not how the game works. But I really love the atmosphere, the tense moments that I got, especially in the I forget the exact name of it, but it's the area where the people they can grab you. You can't kill them. Like if you can parry them, you can kill them. But essentially grab you and like fill you with madness and essentially insta kill you. And they also like treat it as, because when you go into this area, you start seeing these signs that are like, hey, turn back. Next sign is like, they are unkillable. It just gives you these real menacing vibes as you're coming into this area, and you start seeing this shrubbery that I really hadn't used since the game first came out, when they're teaching you, hey, you can sneak behind enemies if you go through this shrubbery in here. That was stuff that the tutorial showed you. This area reminded you of, hey, remember, this is also a mechanic. You don't have to fight them or try to figure out how to fight them. You can just sneak around them and get through them. And the help me one was hilarious. That's how I knew it was bad. Anytime somebody puts help me at a door, that's how you know it's bad. At a door or into an area, what you see there, you're like, oh God, here we go. But I just really love the aesthetic. I really loved all the bosses that I have fought so far, and there's still more for me to jump into. So, and that's really dope to see. So, really love what I've experienced with Elden Ring. Again, I got another 40 hours out of that, 40 plus hours out of that. So, yeah, man. But other than that, yeah, it's been mainly the first Descendant, which we'll get into here shortly.
Yeah, no, great to hear. I wanted to get your because I knew that you had beat it right before First Descendant came out, and you were happy about that because you didn't know if you were going to do that. And obviously, it's still a game that people are just nonstop posting about. Oh yeah, DLC wise. Again, I just think it's fantastic. I wish I could do it, but I was just happy to see you get it done, man. So I just want to get your final thoughts on a little Shadow the Erd Tree, right? So good stuff, man. Yeah, let's get the shout outs going, because we got a lot of amazing people. We'll get into this upcoming week of games, and then we'll get rocking and rolling here, man. Again, not a big giant news week at all. So again, holidays, this kind of happens, but Steele and I are still gonna talk your ears off here coming up. So we already started out that way because we're an hour. What are we? An hour in already, Steele, from the time we started the show. Jeez, oh man, this is how we roll. So anyways, shout out to the chat who is joining us. Love you all. Thank you for being here. And we're going to start with the East Side Vandal. He says, Elden Ring DLC, too many swords, 2 out of 10. Love it. Love it, East Side. That's how sometimes the reviewers look at games. It's fantastic, man. Oh God, we might have a rant about some of the writing going on out here. Andrew Cullinane, what is going on? Thank you for joining us. The one and only Dakota, who of course is in the house. We got the M Gene, who says, "I love the help me one." Yeah. Tubabu Kumi is in the house. What's up, Tubabu? Says that I love that if you shoot an enemy tied to a mission, it makes you part of the mission. Yep, I've finished entire missions shooting 1 or 2 guys. Kind of hilarious. No, they make it easy. Again, because you're not necessarily just done because you finished that mission. Yeah, if you're running on through the story, yes, but you could just sit around and loot all freaking day in these areas. That's what it's all about. It's a looter shooter. But yeah, no, I love that mechanic, man. Boss, Mod, Lethal Papa. That's right. The man who carries the biggest stick in the community. Oh. And he walks in and he cleans up the chat. Hey, Yobi's the one who wanted a Normandy nakedness. So anyway, Boss Mod Lethal Papa's in the house. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Appreciate you so much. Who else we got in here? I'm scrolling up. The one and only Nixie is in the house. Says that reminds me of people that judge a game within 48 hours of its release. Got to give a game a chance to spend more time with it. That's right. A lot of these games, especially games like this, you got to let them breathe, man. But everybody wants the final decision, the final talking point right out the gate. They want to just have that conversation as if they're the be all end all, man. That's how it is all the damn time. Who else? We got Tim, the Sorcerer's in the house. What's up, Tim the Sorcerer?
What's going on?
We got the one and only legendary Yobi, of course, helping us build the warp drive early to get us into space. That's right, this morning. Legendary. Appreciate you being in here. As always, who else? We got the bold Alpha Wolf Pack. What's going on, brother? Great to see you.
Joe Dunmore.
Tim Sorcerer says, Pongso, key party, every sci-fi show, there is no locks, just slides open. Yo, you're right. You're right.
That's true.
Brett Bingham is in the house. What's going on? And Brett says, Pongso, if they think that MTX in the first Descendant is egregious, then they haven't played the World of Tanks, World of Warships, and World of Warplanes.
Jesus fucking Christ. Well, they haven't played gacha games either. Jesus Christ.
That's what I'm saying. There's nothing new here. They're not freaking crossing any lines. Like, we have so many better examples out there, but because it's a new game, because people are talking about it, people don't talk about Warframe, even though millions of people play Warframe. People don't talk about Black Desert Online, even though millions of people play Black Desert Online, right? Again, me and Steel, we're talking, we'll get into it anyways, because then ESO is pay to win too, I guess. Anyways, we'll get into it. But yeah, you're right. There's so many other examples out there of just really egregious monetization. So great to see you, Brett Bingham. Thanks for being in here. Rip Snorta's in the house. What's going on? Great to see you. Who else is in here? Scrolling up. We got the Sly Crow in the house. What's up, Sly Crow? Always good to see you. Thank you for joining the show. Let's see here. We got Def Leopard, of course, is in here. What's up, Def? Great to see you, sir. Appreciate you being in here. We got the Sarcastic Taurus in here. What's up, Sarcastic Taurus?
What up, Taurus?
Great to see you. Let's see here. That sounds like one of the nicknames you can give in this game, by the way, too.
It is, which is fun. They're funny. I like it. I like it.
I'm the tenacious poet. What was your Steel?
I forgot what I changed mine. I changed it yesterday.
It
was something stupid. No, I mean, I changed it for the last thing I told you that I changed it to, but I can't remember what it was. It was something else fucking stupid and funny.
Yeah, anybody.
It was like unknown something.
Unknown
something.
God dang it, I can't remember what it was.
Anyways,
for anybody know what we're talking about, on your nameplate in the game, just like Diablo, they give you words that you can earn, and you can put those two words together to create like a, I don't know, if you want to call it a nickname or whatever. So anyways, that's what we're talking about. We got Shizno Elite. It has been a minute, brother. Great to see you.
Appreciate you coming.
I hope all is well, Shizno. Shizno's one of the OGs from when I was just in the chats and not podcasting. Shizno was one of the first dudes who I was on a regular in the chat with all the damn time. So Shizno, great to see you, brother. We got the Delroy in the house. What's up, Delroy? Great to see you in here. Thank you all for being here. We got the Day Reezy in the house. Thanks for joining the show, Day Reezy. We got Mishi Miyagi, of course, in the house. What's up, Mishi? What's going on? Yeah, sorry, everybody. I see everybody's comments now about my mic earlier. I don't know what happened. Like I said, there was an update from Logitech, so that might have been it, because I did it after Xbox.
It's perfect now. It's perfect now.
Good. Let's see who else we got in here. We got King Chili's in the house. What's up, King Chili's?
Chili's
says, I definitely spend money on great free-to-play games. Yeah, man. Again, I love the
exactly
aspect.
That, bro.
Man, you decide if you want to drop money or not. Had I jumped into this game and not liked it, then I would have been my choice just not to give them any money. I love that. Again, is it a perfect system? No, nothing is. But man, the people that just hate free to play, I just don't understand it. Man. Again, not every game is, and they're not turning every game into free to play either. So you got plenty of other stuff to go do. Sanchez MTZ Gaming, of course, is joining us as he always does.
Sanchez.
Shout out to you, Sanchez. What's going on? We got the Dip Down Anime. What's going on, Dip Down Anime? We got Oats in the house. What's up, Oats? Great to see you as well, brother. Appreciate you for dropping in here. Who else? Oh, Nam. Omar's in the house. What's up, Nam? We got Titanium. What's up, brother? I see you jumping in here. Rescue Squad call in the house. What's up, Titanium? Who else we got in here? Oh, we got the Ghost Wolf 35.99.
Ghost. What's going on?
Bro. Man, oh man, the fun speculation, aka Mav, jumped in here early. What's up, brother? He's been secretly playing a little first sentence.
I heard. He sounded like he got a little bit more time than I thought he would. So that's what's up.
He's been avoiding us playing that 3 a.m. kind of schedule. I tell you what.
Okay.
Man, oh man, we're gonna have to get him in, man. Psychonauts downloaded too. Still, he started playing too. So we might have to get a little first person action going on. Yeah. Who else is in here? We got the John Wolf in the house. What's up, John Wolf? Great to see you. Who else? Let's see if anybody dropped in the bottom. Joe Dunmore. What's up, Joe Dunmore? Great to see you jumping in here, sir. As always, us old folk know about Captain Kangaroo. That is right, Joe Dunmore. And most of us, again, if you are in your 40s, late 40s, like me, even Captain Kangaroo, like we were on the cusp. Like I remember Captain Kangaroo because obviously replays were on. Remember seeing it over my grandparents' house. But
those even older than that.
Yeah. Captain Kangaroo was big in the 60s. Captain Kangaroo was borderline for even us, but loved Captain Kangaroo for sure. Who else is in here, man? Anybody else? Stanley Francois. What's up, brother? Great to see you. Francois. Masshole. 1977. Sup, nerds? Sup to you, nerd.
What a mass.
We love that. We love that terminology. I'll take nerd every single day of the week and twice on Sunday. That nickname.
Well, technically, we're not nerds. We're geeks. But anyway, that's
neither here. Nerds, geeks. I was a nerd too, so whatever. We good because I like history and all that kind of shit too. So you know what?
Oh, that's fair.
I'll take it. Thank you all for joining us on another episode of Living Split Screen here. Appreciate every single one of you. Nothing but love.
Naked nerds. I don't think that should be a hashtag. Man, we're naked nerds. That's going to be the next one. Naked nerds. Let's go. Sure, you're talking about the candy at this point. Like, what's going on? Kumi says your monster chasing you nightmares just got an upgrade. Now those monsters have immunity balls. The first Descendant will make you paranoid about that shit. Because if you don't destroy those balls quick enough, them bitches spawn back, and then you got to go through the process again,
bro. That mechanic nothing to do, but the way they do it still. Oh, did we fight the one yesterday where the immunity rotates between the balls?
I don't think so.
Oh, yeah. No, I played one yesterday, Steel, where the immunity switches between the balls as they're rotating. So all of a sudden, one ball will be immune, and you got to go find the right. You got to be watching, but they rotate on a regular. Talk about a pain in the freaking ass, bro. Talk about a pain in the ass. Anyways, that is a different mechanic in this game. I mean, again, it's been done different ways before, but the way they do it in this one makes it interesting, especially when the ads are freaking chasing you around too. All right. Let's get into this upcoming week of games. This is going to be the week of July the 8th already. Boy, oh boy.
Birthday in 20 days.
20 days for the Steel Rain and my dad, too. You guys are around the exact same time.
Leo.
That's right. So we are going to start off this week with Lifeless Moon coming to PlayStation 5. Wait, let me get my times here real quick too. What are we at here, Stu? We're
about 124.
Yeah.
You can put it about 124. Yeah, that should be good.
Yeah, we'll do 124. That'll work perfect here with this little pause in the action. Okay, so we're going to start out with Lifeless Moon, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC from Stage 2 Studios, published by Serenity Forge. This is some type of space adventure game. It was released on PC back in August of 2023, so it is finally getting a console release this time around. So go check out Lifeless Moon. Then Steel, another game this week that we're both interested in, and I
Christ.
don't know how we're gonna do it. Once Human. It's coming to PC only to start out this week.
Oh no, it's an MMO, dude.
It's a survival MMO.
Yeah,
survival MMO.
It's fun from what I've seen.
It looks dope. I love again the aesthetic that this is being brought.
Oh yeah, it's wild. Yeah,
it's cool as hell, man. Where you got buses turned into monsters and shit, like airplanes. It's
another looter too.
You got light bulbs running around that are little spiders now that have light bulbs on their back. Like, listen. It's got everything that I look for in an MMO survival. So yeah, I'll be downloading it. Starry Studio is the developer, published by NetEase. Once Human, go check it out. Go check out the videos, man. It's been around for a while. We've been seeing it for the past couple years. It's looking great. Steel and I will jump into it. We'll give you our thoughts probably next week if we get a chance to play. Steel's off all next week, so we should have a chance to be playing at night. I can cut some time in for my early bed schedule, and we'll get a couple hours in, maybe check it out. Just see what we think. So again, that's Once Human this week. Ace Combat 7, Skies Unknown. No, this is not a new game. But it's finally coming to Switch. How they got it up and running on Switch, again, this is magic. I don't know how any of these developers get these games running on Switch. They don't look great. Just go see Mortal Kombat 1 for an example, but whatever. They get them running on Switch somehow, some way. So Ace Combat 7, to all you Switch fans who want some Top Gun action, go get Ace Combat 7. It's a freaking great game. Then, Steel, we got... This game cracks me up every time I see it. I know it cracked you up when we were watching the Devolver Digital section. Angerfoot. This game looks dope. This is coming to PC only for right now. It's from Free Lives, published by Devolver. If you don't know what this is, bro, you get different tennis shoes that give you different abilities, and you go around kicking the shit out of people. And it looks freaking fun as hell. You kick. I think this is one where most of the enemies are like giant frogs or something too, right? Steel.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
You kicking the shit out of everything, right? Literally,
yeah.
And shoes give you new upgrades. Gotta go check it out, man. Anger is dope, bro. First person action. Yep, Devolver don't miss. They don't miss. They don't make it. They don't always get every game that's for me, but man, their games are still cool as shit. So go check out Angerfoot this week if you're on PC. I know I'll be taking a look at it. I don't know if I'll be buying it day one. I got way too much, but this is gonna be on the wish list for sure. Then still we got Death. That's July 11th, by the way. Death Game Hotel coming to Quest 3 and Quest 2. So obviously a VR game. Okay. Then we got Disney Speedstorm. That's right. We got the kart racer that's been out for a while coming to iOS and Android also on July 11th. Then we got Droz coming to Switch. What is Droz? Oh, this looks dope as fuck, kind of. I like it. I like the little dude on the front cover here. From Emerge Worlds, published and developed by. It's a platformer though. Coming to Switch. It was already on PC July 20th, 2023. So last year is coming to Switch. This looks kind of cool. I just don't do platformers, but I love the artwork on the cover there. So Droz this week. Darkest. Wait, no. Am I getting ahead? Nope. This is.
I don't think so.
No, am I? Yes, I am getting ahead.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah.
That's it. So that's this week of upcoming gaming. So again, go check it out. So much has dropped, Steel. Like again, we got the Final Fantasy 14 Dawn Trail last week. We got
which is apparently is kind of up and down for people. So
Xbox is broken too. So they got a lot to work on. Oh, yeah, that sucks. But we had first Descendant drop, Zenless Zone Zero. Also dropped. People are loving Zenless Zone Zero. I've seen
the opposite. Damn.
Have you? Oh, I've seen nothing but positive. You've seen the opposite. Okay.
I've seen the complete opposite.
Okay. Well, cool.
People bitching.
All right. Well, go check it out anyway.
That's
free
crazy.
To play. Go download it. Go check it out. Free to play. Anyways,
it's everywhere. So.
Yeah. So, and then Once Human coming up this week for you and me for sure. So we've had a nice little stretch here, but we are coming out of the summer months, and there is more to come up this month. Again, talked about one in the beginning. Kinutsugami is in a couple weeks. We're going to be talking about that a lot. There's a lot of cool ass games. Flintlock is coming out. A lot of people are going to love that.
List,
Yep, a lot of people are going to like it. Dungeons of Hinterberg is another one dropping in Game Pass. Game Pass is about to be full. Game Pass is about to be even fuller, I should say, because it's already full, but it's about to be fuller. There's so much coming up. So anyways, thanks all for joining me for this upcoming week of games. So Steel, what are we gonna hop into here, brother?
Well, we're gonna jump into this Paul Tassi article because Paul Tassi seems to have recency bias as well. And again, shout out to Paul Tassi, even what he does or whatever. Some of the up and down opinions that he has, but again, he can write whatever he likes, but this is going to be from Forbes. The biggest reason I'm pulling this is because this is the article that has been used for a lot of people's conversation this week, as far as the first Descendant is concerned. So let's dive into it. Paul Tassi starts off with a title that states, "The first Descendant has Warframe's worst microtransactions with few of its strengths." Okay. I'm just going to start off. We'll start off with the title. We'll start off with the title and then we'll get into the actual article itself. This is how I know that certain people haven't played a game, or maybe they played it more recently and don't remember how these games started off. Again, you're free to have whatever opinion that you want, but one of my biggest criticisms about, especially people who try to talk about games on a wider scale, have a bigger audience. Again, Forbes is not a small place. Forbes gets a lot of attention from businesses, from communities, a lot of different angles, right? It becomes an issue for me when I can tell that people don't generally know what they're speaking to. And they're speaking to something in such a, to me, in a negative light, that you're trying to put it down without just saying, hey, this isn't for me. Because he does, and of course he does that, he's done the opposite as well. He does big up Destiny a lot, right? And he has talked about Destiny's microtransactions and things too, as well. So I want to give him better credit on both fronts. But just on the forefront, real quick, Pong, how do you feel about just the title itself so far? Again, this gets attention. I mean, nothing wrong.
He should
with
know
that.
better. But again, this is where we're at. He should know better. How do you compare a mature version of a game that started out in its infancy? What, Warframe is now what, 10 years?
Yeah, it's 10 plus years old, yeah.
Ago. How do you compare that to a brand new game that just came out? Why is this current game not given time to breathe? Within the first 2 days of launch, you have an article comparing it to a 10-year-old game that has matured. Now, if you were throughout this article going back to the original Warframe and comparing side by side, your thoughts on how the original Warframe was, fine. That's fair. But to compare a mature game versus this is terrible. Again, and Paul Tassi should know, as a Destiny player himself, as somebody who has put a lot of time into Destiny and made that investment, he should understand better than most people do, most journalists who don't necessarily play all these games, why this is an erroneous way to write an article, to start an article out by doing this. Because go back and compare the first original start to Destiny to this game.
This missed a lot of features. Dismantling features, all that. I do like to be somewhat consistent because I did say this about Diablo as well, that I do feel as though teams like Blizzard or other teams should be able to look across the fence, look across the way at least, and say, hey, what can we learn? How can we do things differently, to kind of not make the same mistakes as these others have, right? I do personally feel that the first Descendant did do a lot of that, at least from my experience thus far. Again, does it answer all the questions? No, but the bulk of the conversation is focused on the microtransaction side. And so let's just get deeper into the article. I just thought, again, I'm all about clickbait articles, clickbait titles. Do whatever you need to do to get the attention of the people in. Again, it is marketing at the end of the day. That's part of your job. If that's what you feel like you need to do, then great. My biggest issue, because I've already read this article once previously, or a couple times actually previously, is that I just don't think that it speaks to the point enough, or I don't think it gets its point across. Anyway, but let's get to it. So he starts off by saying, I am still pressing forward with the first Descendant, which does have a decent enough combat and build crafting I found for what it lacks in story and mission diversity. Okay, I want to start here. Please tell me the type of diversity that Destiny, the Division, and Warframe, I'll leave Warframe as the outlier because the Warframe already had like hundreds of types of missions, but even those, no, you know what? I got to put it back because Warframe has a few set types of missions, and every map that you go to, no matter what map, or it might be completely different than the last one you went to on a completely different planet. You're still probably going to do a spy mission. You're still probably going to do a defense mission. You're still probably going to do a the other interceptions or whatever else the case might be, right? There's still those types of missions that are in there. Destiny's strikes have become they are what I think a laughing stock, because what people literally do, see, I miss the days where Destiny, when you did a strike and you were going through the strike, eliminating every enemy that you were progressing through the map. Everybody. You know what people have been doing in strikes since the inception of Destiny 2, because this is the precedent that Destiny 1 set. Once you know what the strike is, which doesn't take long, you push through the entire mission until you get to the boss. You don't fight nobody else. You just get to the boss. That's it. You don't fight nobody. You don't move. You don't do nothing extra. You just do whatever you need to do to get to the boss as quick as possible. So what happened to all that other content? Why couldn't we buff up some of that content, make some of that the things that lead up to the boss fight meaningful in the grind, which I get. You're in the end game. A lot of the time you use strikes to help level up gear or get stronger gear, especially when a new season drops and stuff like that. But that doesn't mean that you couldn't have made those missions a little bit more valuable, a little bit more, brought a little bit more attention to them, so that people don't have to just feel like, oh, I'm just doing this so I can get to the boss, kill the boss. Maybe I get a drop, maybe I don't. I have dailies to do. I'm just doing this to get my dailies done. Oh, I'm just trying to get the powerful tier gear at the end of doing 3 strikes, and I'm never going to do a strike again. Like, that's where it's at. It has been like that for some time. So when we talk about story and mission diversity, the games that you're comparing it to all did the same thing. And if it was okay for you in Destiny, and you dealt with it and you thought it was great this entire time, until recently maybe, when you start bringing up, there seem to be faltering. I'm not saying that you have to give Nexon, the first Descendant, a pass, but shouldn't that, as somebody who put time into a game that is similar, shouldn't you take that into consideration? I don't know. That's just my thought process. It goes on to say, but the more I play, the more I keep getting slammed in the face with things I hate, namely all of which have to do with microtransactions. And one pulled directly from the game it's emulating is essentially every single way Warframe. Don't disagree there in some ways. The problem here is that the first Descendant has taken almost every bad microtransaction concept from Warframe and made them even more expensive. No, it didn't. It's actually less expensive than Warframe. Now, Warframe, I don't recall how Warframe was handling Prime frames and their packages earlier on. I do know that Prime frames and the bundles have been $100+ since damn near its inception, since Prime frames became into the equation. I know that. My brother, he gets the Prime frames, right? Because he's invested in the game. He's been playing it for quite some time. He's going to get those frames that brand new frame that you've been looking for. But you know what he's also going to do, which is something that a buddy of ours, shout out to Soundwave, something that he does as well. And this is how he's made money out of the ecosystem, is maybe they get the premium bundle, but then they turn around and grind for the character. Now, Soundwave doesn't do it like that, but he grinds for the character because Warframe has a currency system that revolves on itself. And that took time to implement, right? It wasn't always that way where you're using platinum to where it had this trading system within it and everything. That's something that they kind of grew into, right? But essentially, he can go grind for the gear, have all the parts you need for a character, and he can go on the market and say, hey, I got Prime such and such ready to be built for 1,000 platinum, for an example. And guess what? People will buy it. Why? Because they don't want to spend the time grinding. That is part of that ecosystem. Mind you, I told you that he grinded for the gear. So it's obviously able to be done. But people are willing to spend money not to grind. Whose problem is that? Doesn't sound like his problem. Because he did it, he grinded for it just fine. And is willing to do that. Matter of fact, I believe this man has probably 1 million platinum in Warframe. With as much as, because that's his only game that he plays. And he knows that game in and out, up and down, left and right. I go watch other creators' content about Warframe, just kind of specifically, and the stuff that he gets into versus what they tell me, it's like two completely different stratospheres. He's like, yeah, you could listen to them and that's not too bad, but I got like 3 other different ways that you could probably do that. And then he'll also ask you, well, how do you like to play? I like to play like this. You're like, okay, well, maybe you throw these on. See, that's what I like. That somebody who loved the game, plays the game, doesn't mind the grind in the free-to-play game that he has, and has grown with the ecosystem in such a way that when they got the whole trading system involved in there and really hammered it down, that now he doesn't have to spend money on the game at all. He can get everything on release when he needs it. He can do whatever he wants to because he's going to go back out. Again, he has kids now, so that's kind of slowed down or whatnot. But just using that as an example, you can't. I just think that saying that in this sense, it's more expensive and worse. No, it's not. No. So Paul Tassi goes on to say, every day I find some new absurd thing that the game is monetized. And while yes, there are paths to grind out much of this, they make it so absurdly frustrating a lot of the time that you're just going to want to throw in a towel and pay, which is of course the point. If that's the way that you feel in a looter shooter, in a free to play game, that you have to spend money to progress, when the game gives you ways to earn what is in the game through grinding, do you enjoy the gameplay loop or do you not? Because nobody's forcing you. You didn't pay $60. To Paul's point earlier, you didn't pay full price for this game. You're just playing it. And whether you get a cosmetic or not, and again, I do agree in the way Warframe has always had color palettes, right? At least from what I can remember. This color palette, and they give you a decent sized color palette. Some are more egregious than others. Like some color palettes that they have are just different shades of red, for an example. You're like, what? Like they released a color palette on Valentine's Day. There's literally just a bunch of different shades of pink and red. And you're like, what? I mean, but the pink and reds are different than maybe the main color palette that you have. So they'll give you a basic one, right? Warframe has also allowed you to customize your Warframes, from what I remember, from base, which is something that I also think that the first Descendant does need to take in consideration. Being able to customize your base things with just colors, right? You don't have to give me nothing else. Just give me colors to allow a little bit more freedom of expression for those people who are jumping into the game. Goes on to say, I'm not an anti-microtransaction in free-to-play games. I mean, they need some or the game couldn't exist at all. But that's usually optional cosmetics. And this is that and way more. We have to pay Descendants just buying the character themselves for $3 to $6 on average, skipping potentially dozens of hours of grinding. This is an option. This is not something that you have to do. You can get the Descendants pretty damn easily from just playing the game. Common skins are nothing but recolors for existing skins. Again, I do agree that this is not okay. I would rather be able to customize my characters with whatever colors that I want to use freely and willingly, right? Premium skins that sell often sell hair and makeup separately, and universal skins have to be rebought for each character. This, just because it's a universal skin, like a dino skin for an example, if I get the dino skin for Bunny, I'm not going to get the dino skin for Ajax. I do think that this is something else that they can adjust. Mind you, Warframe doesn't do this either. And I'm only using Warframe as the example because that's the one that he's using here, right? Warframe doesn't have universal skins. They have universal attachments, cape, shoulders, knee pads, stuff like that you're going to put on your characters, right? And that stuff came out after time of the game being out. So again, this is fair, but this is something that I do think that the first Descendant could adjust so that more people would be willing to maybe get certain skins. Maybe I would consider getting the dino skin, right? Maybe I do or won't use it like that. I think it's funny to use on Ajax because who wouldn't want a big dino tank? I think that sounds hilarious. But what if I wanted to apply them to a different character? I can see that, right? Ultimate skins that can run for $100 and require an even more insane level of grinding and RNG to assemble. Again, you're using Warframe as an example, and that is how prime frames are. You have to get the relics to even get a chance to grind for the prime parts. And then the relics, again, when you complete them in whatever mission that you do, hopefully you have a solid team that knows what they're doing, because some of the relics aren't that easy. And most of the time when you're going for prime parts, especially in Warframe, you have to grind for them. There's a grind. If you're not going to pay $100, and you're going to have to play the game. And if it's a free to play game and you didn't spend $60 to jump into it, and it's a looter, why is it a problem that you have to grind for the ultimate version of a character? Also completely ignoring the fact that the game has systems in place to where somebody can buy the $100 version of whatever character that they want. But that $100 version of your character is not going to automatically be stronger than my character. Sure, maybe at base, but let's just say myself as someone who put I forget what it's called in the first Descendant, but you use Warframe. Warframe uses something called Forma. Forma allows you to essentially re-level up your character, but you can make a specific mod slot for your character, like a certain element, we'll just say. So I'm trying to make it as easy to understand as possible. What that does is that the mods themselves have a cost. When you make a certain slot, and you can make all the slots a different element, but when you make that slot an element, and you put the mod of that same element in that slot, it cuts the cost in half. What does that do? You end up allowing yourself to be able to get the more expensive mods, better mods into your build by cutting down the cost that it takes for you to drop mods onto that character. So although you might have bought the $100 character, yes, most times that also gives you maybe an additional element slot, maybe if they are doing it similar to prime frames. But inherently, I can still have a base level character and be able to compete with a prime version of that character, especially if I put time into the game. Now, if you're just spending hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars, like, ladies and gentlemen, like, think about the type of money that you would have to spend to get what I got grinding the game and enjoying myself. Again, keyword enjoying myself. Because if you have to spend money, if you're spending $1,000 for you to have fun with a character, at what point is enough enough? At what point is that gambling? At what point do you say, what am I getting out of this? And if it's worth it to you, then great. I don't think that's worth it. Right? People did these same kind of similar things in Black Desert Online, Black Desert, you can buy costumes that you can sell on the marketplace for in-game currency to get the best weapons in the game. And I knew people who spent thousands of dollars a month to put costumes on the market for people to buy so they can buy the better weapons in the game. Yes, that is pay to win, right? On every level. Mind you, Black Desert also has open PvP. There's no running away from it. You'll go into a zone. If you're after a certain level, you have to play PvP. Now, with the new seasonal content, they've changed that where it's not forced until the season is over. But once you transition over, you're out there and you're going to fight against people that you're either going to find out whether you have the skill or don't. Goes on, paint that does not work on free skins in our one-time use. Yes, this is a problem. This is something that the first Descendant needs to change, and they need to change it immediately if they want to grab as much of the community and as much of a base as possible, right? But you can't say that, sure, you can use it here, but this isn't much different from what Destiny used to do. Destiny literally, like I mentioned earlier, was one-time use, and then you had to go break down another piece of gear to potentially get that shader, or if you got a shader from, like, let's just say from one of the factions, which for whatever reason in Destiny 2 only happened a couple times, and then the factions never came back, and you could never interact with that stuff again, and you could never get those colors again. Matter of fact, you know what they did with those colors, ladies and gentlemen? They later on resold them for bright dust that you have to spend money for. They're no longer earnable in game. Because you know why? Because they sunset it. It technically doesn't exist in the game anymore. There's shaders right now in Destiny that you can't earn anymore. Now, unless they've changed that within the last year, I could be off on that. But look how long that took them. First Descendant is a new game. It's free to play. Destiny is a full price game that recently became more free to play. And even it at a free to play level, you're not going to be able to play with most of the community because you didn't get all the DLCs. Which to catch up DLC wise, you're spending at least $300. From what I recall. But we'll move on. Limited to Descendant slots, so you have to purchase more to keep expanding your collection without dismissing any. Now, I'll give you an example. Sure, could this be a problem for some people? I could definitely hear that. How likely is it that you're going to play with 10 different characters? Let's just say it's likely, right? Let's just say you get 10 characters and you know every rotation for each one of those 10 characters and you know how to play them top to bottom. You know how to build them. You know how to everything. You spent time with these characters. You know what the next step up from that character is? Prime version. You know when I'm done with Bunny, her normal version, I'm going to start looking to get the ultimate version of Bunny, which is earnable in game. And you know what happens to the normal Bunny once I get Ultimate Bunny? She's going to replace that slot because I'll have no longer a point to use normal Bunny as an example. So if you're using that as oh man, you got to buy more character slots. Sure, if you want to keep all the characters that you ever leveled up and everything, then cool. But I don't see this as a problem. And I'm a guy, I got a good list of characters in Warframe as an example. I have gotten some slots in Warframe as an example over the years. Warframe also has like damn near 20 prime frames, I feel like at this point, right? And I've had people around me that were going through this grind with me as I was getting into it and helped me get these prime frames through co-op play. That gave me a reason to say, all right, well, damn, maybe I need another slot. But we're talking about a game that had been out for 5, 6, 7 years at this point for that stuff to even become a thing. Most people are probably only going to main 3 characters. Most people, if that. The rest of the characters are fodder. Because once you level up that character, sure, you can dismiss them, and if you bring them back in, maybe you got to re-level them up from 0. But guess what? You already have all the mods that you need for them. You already have you have the weapons that you might want to use for them. So it's not like you're missing anything. You level the characters up similar to what you do in Warframe to help level up your mastery rank. Because your mastery rank allows you to get access to things that you didn't have when you were at a lower level. So I don't think that that's a real issue. But sure, he says it is in this one. So again, I explained as such, coming from that Warframe perspective. A battle pass that does not contain any character skins. Okay, sure. Could they work on the battle pass to make it a little bit more incentivized so that at the end of it, you get a bunny skin, for an example, since Bunny is the main character for this season, for preseason or whatever, the season that's coming up. And it's her story is one of the main other stories that you can do. Sure, I think that would be dope. But the battle pass also it also has currency in there that allows you to re-up the next battle pass without you having to spend additional dollars. It literally refunds you. And maybe I counted it wrong, but I have a video where I went through the battle pass. And if I'm not mistaken, it even gives you 100 extra ducats that is over what you would need for the next battle pass.
And it should also be pointed out, this battle pass is only $10.
That's another good point.
That's cheap for a battle pass.
It's another good point.
Most battle passes nowadays are $20, right? That's like the standard going. It's $10. So it's not like over the top. Like it's not like, again, so his point here with the costumes for a $10 battle pass, it's not like you're getting a lot. You're getting colors in there. Like they're giving you colors, resources, weapon skins. They're giving you resources. So for $10, right? It's not like they're charging $20-$30 for the battle pass and not giving you any skins. So, and I just think that he should have pointed out that it's $10 battle pass. This isn't a premium, like ultimate battle pass that is not giving you back value for that $10. Again, value is always going to be in the eye of the beholder.
I think it's worth the $10 from what I've seen.
$10, yes, it is. They're giving you emotes in there. They gave me a sweet ass emote, by the way, which you play drums, and it opens up 2 slots for other randos to jump into the slots and play drums with you while you're in the middle. We've already had a couple concerts. I had a couple concerts yesterday again too. People just drumming. So again, if you don't find that shit, whatever. It's just that they are giving you things that are actually in the shop itself would cost you a lot more at the end of the day for $10. Like that's how I look at battle passes. Like I'm not going to use everything in the battle pass, right? None of the battle passes. Diablo's battle pass gives you skins that are only available for certain classes. Well, I may never play the barbarian class in Diablo. It just doesn't appeal to me. And yet I got these weapon skins or, transmogs for weapons or armor that can only use on barbarian. Well, I have to decide whether or not the rest of the battle pass is okay for me. But again, for $10, I think that's something that Tassi is leaving out here. I just don't think it's anything bad. Like, I think they're giving you a lot of value in there. Anyway, sorry. I just wanted to point that out.
Huh. I don't know if you're being for real or not, Johnny Ravioli, but he says, drop the game as soon as I saw you could spend $500 for 1,000 additional equipment slots.
Sure,
you could do that. Or you can just go through your equipment slots.
Right. I mean,
I have less than 10 hours in the game. I haven't found... There has not been a single looter shooter that I've ever played, even The Division. The Division captured backpack space as well. Actually, it's much smaller than what it is here. I found myself in the division going back a lot of the times after a couple missions saying, hey man, damn, I got to clear out my backpack. I ain't got no room. Oh, damn, man, I got to put it in my stash. You know, there is a stash in the first Descendant as well, right? I haven't seen nobody talk about that, but I walked by it the other day and I was like, oh, damn, they got a stash. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I'm stashing shit already.
Nobody's talked about that.
And it's limited. I mean, it's a limited thing. But again, this is nothing new. And like, you know, again, just pointing you out, Johnny, because you know, you're making the comments in there, the counterpoints to this, then this game isn't for you. It's not a big deal. Like, there's tons of other games. Like, if you think Nexon is bad for their rate drops or because they charge for these slots, and you're somebody who just looks at that type of game, like you said, and just was like, yeah, no, not for me. Cool. Again, nobody's forcing anybody to play this fucking game. This isn't the only game on the market. Right? That's the whole point of all of this, is why, again, when nothing is outrageous or egregious or crossing new lines that haven't been crossed before, I don't understand the point of this. They're not doing anything. And actually, in most ways, right, it's less than some other games that are wildly popular do. Let's not even get into the mobile side of things. Okay?
Oh, yes, yeah, don't talk. Yeah. Nowhere close.
Again, I watched my kid get his first job and drop $200 and $300 on mobile games. Oh, okay. Like Clash of the Clans. He dropped like $300 in Clash of the Clans. Bro, I was that's like, you nuts? Pointless. Yeah, it's like crazy. So I just think that, again, these articles should be reserved. This type of commentary, again, you can have the opinion, and that's fine. Paul Tassi, this is what he does. He writes these articles, but to frame the first Descendant as if somehow it's doing something way out of line that we haven't seen before in these articles,
it's not. That's
what's nuts to me. It's not. Again, break it down for people, but break it down fairly. Limited Descendant slots, you have to purchase more to keep expanding the collection. Why does he not mention that you get 10 free slots?
At all?
Why does he Why does he not mention that limited Descendant slots is 10? Because to Steele's point, 99% of people will not play 10 or more different characters or care that's the limitation of 10. Sure, you're going to have that 1%. Like Decato's already got like 4 or 5 characters, okay? Decato's crazy. Dude's a madman. But most people are never going to reach that limit. So, but when you frame it this way, when you say something like that in an article, people go, oh, there must be like 2 or 3 slots. And you, no, there's 10 freaking slots. So I'm just saying that when we write these articles, when we talk about these games, unless it is way out of bounds, unless it's something new that we've never seen before, how you frame it is important. You can write the article, but put it in better context than what Paul Tassi is doing. He's acting, again, comparing this game out the gate to mature titles that he's experienced before, that didn't start the way that the first Descendant did. Or did start the way the first Descendant did, but then grew into something more. Like this is where it's unfair to this game to do this. And again, if you hate Nexon, you hate Nexon. But fine, again,
nobody can change that, but them.
Nobody can change that. If you're not into the grind, if you think the grind's egregious, okay, the grind's egregious. This is the only game on the market. Go play Destiny. Go play Warframe. Go play any of the million others. Go play Division again. It's still up and running. Tons of people playing Division.
That's a paid game that you have to pay for and still grind in.
Right, exactly. This is a free to play game. Sorry, I mean, to
that point, it's just weird.
I just hate the way that a lot of journalists these days, and again, we've talked about it, we've ranted about it, what journalism has become. It is fine to inform people on what the game is.
Mm-hmm.
But nowadays, it's not a neutral framing. It is 100% slanted depending on how they feel about whatever topic that they are talking about. And this article right here is a perfect example of not giving the full information to allow the readers to make a decision for themselves. This article is positioned to dictate how the reader should feel. instead of allowing them to make their own decision. Because when you leave out vital information, and it's vital information to people who do play these types of games, whether it's free to play or paid with monetization, you're leaving out the vital facts about this so that when the reader reads it, all of a sudden, the way that you've written that article, like I said, you're going to feel negative. And when you say something very, when you make a statement, like I pointed out, this is the best example is the battle pass or the slots. When you make that statement without the actual facts about how many slots there are or how much the battle pass costs, the reader's obviously already from your article going to go in thinking the worst possible, that the battle pass probably costs like $20 like every other battle pass or $30. And oh my God, they're not even giving you any character skins. Holy shit, that's ridiculous. What are they giving you? You're already going to say, oh, he must be really talking about this is bad. And the slots, again, most people are going to assume the way he said that, oh, you got like 2-3 slots and then you got to like start deleting characters. Because that's how this whole article is framed versus, 10 characters? Oh shit, I never even have freaking 10 characters. Like I'm not even come close to 10 characters in any game. That's the difference. And that's what I don't like about a lot of the journalism these days, how they leave this shit out, the important stuff out when you do this. Anyways, sorry, I'm done now.
He goes on to say that the game putting build timers on things you have grinded for, which can be hours to days unless you paid to skip the wait. Again, maybe it's because Warframe is the only game that I know for sure that does this, right? For sure, just off the top of my head. Where the only thing about this though, because again, you're using Warframe as a baseline. Warframe will literally, for a character, you want a prime character, wait 72 hours. After you spent X amount of hours on getting the parts together. And we're talking about you got to get a chassis, you got to get a helmet, and you got to get this, and you got to get that, and then you got to wait 72 hours. You know what you can do in that 72 hours? Probably grind for more of the stuff that you need to help make sure that character's ready to go by the time it's unlocked and ready to go. That is the perspective that they put on you as the character. Okay, well, if I got to wait to use that character, especially for prime versions of them, because the regular versions, okay, look, if it takes you a day to unlock Freya as a new character in this game, okay, well, continue to make your current character better. And there can be multiple characters that you can end up building. I will say them having a limit to how many things that you can build at one time is questionable. Hey, you need to be able to put more than 5 things in a queue, right? I 100% can get behind that. Give me 10, give me 15, give me, if I got to make, because there is materials that you have to craft as well. If I have to craft the material, then I also give me some slots so I can maybe make a character, maybe make a weapon, maybe make all the other resources that I need and not have to worry about it. So I can give myself a pattern, a cycle, this is how I treat my daily login kind of thing. I go in, I grind, I do this. I have a mission pattern that I like to do. This is how I'm going about the game. Again, these are things that are in paid for games. Warframe in this game are the only games that are free to play and you have to wait to get these content. Other games make you get the content and then you have to grind for it to possibly get a good roll on it, and you might not get the good roll and then you have to grind for another 100 hours. Guys, like there is weapons that Destiny has sunset that I spent 100 hours grinding for that are now completely irrelevant, that all of a sudden 4 years later they want to bring out DLC that you have to pay X dollars for, which has been $100 as of late, to get access to that content again. I already had this. So even if I had it in my vault previously, I can't carry it forward. It's done. I have to get the new version of that weapon, although it was in the game already. Is that not more egregious? The game blatantly telling you that you wasted your time? That's what I don't like. That's what I don't like as a game. It's one thing for you to set the precedent and say, hey, You got to wait for this. You got to, kind of set my expectation. It's something completely different when I get content ripped away from out of my account, essentially. And that's not egregious? That's not part of this discussion? Okay, fair. Paid boost for XP, gold acquisition, and weapon mastery, and shard generation. You want to grind faster? Of course, you're going to pay for it. It's a free-to-play game. They're not going to give you boosts, and then maybe they will through compensation and other things for once there's X amount of people playing. Maybe they give people something every month to entice you to jump in there. But it's a looter shooter. It's meant for you to grind. It's about the loot. It's about getting all these resources. You need the loot so you can build up your backlog of resources that you'll need. Without those resources, you can buy all the XP boosts and all that other shit that you want. You still need the resources. You're still going to have to pay the game. Paid materials for crafting costs. Okay. Can you buy, for an example, Warframe? You can just straight up buy Forma. You want to, once you get your character to max level, you want to re-level it up again and get a specific slot and have it, yeah, you can straight up buy Forma. You know what you can also do? You can get it in the game. Is it going to take a little bit of time to make? Sure. But it's a free-to-play game. It's not like you paid $60 for the game and then, oh man, now I got to pay for everything. No. It's still earnable in the game. Sure, you might not get it as fast as the person who spent $1,000 on it, but shouldn't the person that spent $1,000 get it faster? And then think about what they just spent on the game. There's no game that has ever released where I was like, man, this game's worth $1,000. I haven't found most games that I was like, man, this game's worth more than $100 other than Destiny that says, hey, you know what? That season pass, $100. We got you for 1 year. How many years has Destiny been out? Destiny 2? Damn. And they got rid of, or not really supporting. I was supposed to be excited that they dropped 3 maps in PvP after 5 years. Oh, damn. My fault. Maybe I'm just overly greedy. That they abandoned an entire player base, and now I have people from their community telling me that PvP doesn't matter because it's a PvE game now. What? From Bungie. You're telling me this about Bungie? That people who created Halo, who had a good PvP in Destiny? Something sounds off there. What are you going to say, Paul?
No, I was just going to say, Johnny's having a conversation, so let's have a conversation. So the game shouldn't exist that allows you to spend $1,000. That's literal definition of egregious. That's like saying Ferrari shouldn't exist. Lamborghini shouldn't exist.
Yeah, you can go buy a Toyota. Go buy a Toyota.
No, they shouldn't exist because it's egregious. Personal responsibility is still a thing, as much as society would like to do away with personal responsibility and blame everybody else. It's your personal responsibility to take control of yourself, your actions. This is a business model. Make no mistake about it. This is a business model. The timers, everything is set up absolutely to encourage you to spend money because it is a free-to-play game. They are encouraging you and pushing you to spend money. It is your personal responsibility to decide, number one, knowing all of this, or once you jump in and seeing it, whether or not you want to continue with that game. You have every right to not play the game.
Oh, hold on, because he's adding on to Pong.
Yep.
He says you're comparing a tangible thing to a digital product that can be taken away tomorrow if the servers go down.
Doesn't matter. Ferrari can break down tomorrow. Ferrari can crash and burn tomorrow. It can all be gone. Again, the value is in the eye of the beholder. As you, as a person, as a consumer, what you find valuable, right? There's obviously millions of people who find digital goods and the entertainment that they receive from those digital goods, whether they are tangible or not and haven't been tangible for a very long time, right, are valuable to them. This is an entertainment product. Your time, the most valuable thing you have, right? How you spend it is on you. If you pay money to anything, food, going out to a 5-star restaurant and spending $500 on a meal, you eat that food, you shit out that leftovers. Is that tangible? Did you enjoy it? Did it taste good? You don't get to keep it, right? Is it any different? Could you go buy a cheaper meal and get the same nutritional value? Yeah. In fact, many times better. But you chose to go spend $500 on a meal because of the experience, because of the atmosphere, right? It gave you value elsewhere. This is an entertainment industry, right? So you have to decide for yourself. Personal responsibility comes in again. Don't play the game. Don't play the game. They can come out with games that charge a whole lot more than this. Again, it's up to the consumers to decide whether or not it's worth it to them, right? Again, we have games like CSGO. People spend thousands of dollars on a knife fucking skin.
For a chance to get a nice skin.
For a chance to get a knife skin. Or they go to the auction house and spend thousands of dollars to get one that somebody's selling. It's a digital good, like you said, Johnny. But people find it valuable. It brings them joy. Now, we can argue all day long and have discussions, deep discussions about whether overall, spiritually or whatever, emotionally, that's a good joy to have. But the fact is that dopamine hit for some people is great. Looter shooters I fully admit it's a dopamine hit for me.
Look at what people spend on Madden. Look at what people spend on 2K. Look at what people spend on FIFA. Look at what people spend on MLB. Look at what people spend on Destiny. Look at what people spend on...
This is nothing new. This is nothing new. Yeah, get into the whole card section for sports games. Get into the whole Ultimate Team.
That's egregious. I think that's just dumb as hell. But I mean, again,
but not for
I don't play them.
Right.
And those are full price games.
Again, so if you are just one of those people that says absolutely not, right? That this is not, I'm not going to play games that encourage me to spend my hard-earned dollars, whether they're free to play, or whether they're paid. I'm not going to play those types of games. Then that's a stance you are free to take.
That's dope. That's fire.
Problem with anybody who says this game is not for me for whatever the reason is. I don't care. I don't care. And it is perfectly fine for you. There's plenty more out there to go enjoy. Again, what we're talking about here is the framing of the articles, the conversations around these types of games, acting as if the first Descendant is the first game to ever come out. If you are talking and going to include mobile gaming into this conversation, we are talking about over a decade of this stuff now, and much more egregious than anything in the first Descendant.
God damn, yeah. Fucking gotcha games are
egregious. Right. Gotcha games. Again, we're not trying to sit here and say, again, we're not sitting here saying that this is all on the up and up and that there's no business involved here and that, they really,
gaming's
they're not asking. Nah, they want your money and they're going to do what it takes, especially in a free to play model, to get your money.
It has to be a decent game first.
Job. And if you're one of those people that can't resist, then you have to take personal responsibility for yourself.
1000%.
Just like gambling, just like any other addiction. If you have an addiction problem, then you need to stay away and maybe possibly go get some professional help for the issues that you have. But that is personal responsibility. That's not the game maker's responsibility. They have a business model that allows people, a whole lot of people, to jump into this game and any other free-to-play game and play for hundreds, potentially thousands of hours without spending a dime.
Where most games charge you up front.
Most games charge you up front. But they allow that because, of course, they're going to find their whales. Of course, they're going to find people like me who look at the game, played the game for 2 hours and said, yep, I'm going to be spending a lot of time in here.
I feel it's worth
what the devs have done. It is worthy of me flipping them some money. And I gave them $70 out the gate.
That's a good point, Pong, that you bring up there, because what happened to supporting the devs?
Right.
If you see value in something, and again, Johnny, that could be very well the case. I mean, again, that was the same thing. That was the same point that the homie Rotary was making, man. That he doesn't see the value in that, right? Them releasing a free-to-play game to have all of these monetization strategies in it, to have all these pay-to-win, quote-unquote, things that are within it. And again, I don't consider this pay-to-win. You don't involve pay-to-win until you involve PvP into that. And sure, and for me, I do think it's more so you're paying to save time more than anything. And if you're paying to save time, I don't see that as pay to win. That's just an option. Because if all of it is still earnable in game, then the baseline of the game is still there. And just like you would with any other game, you would play it to unlock what is in the game. You don't have to spend anything, to Pong's point. But if I want to flip the devs $40 because damn, I'm having a goddamn good time, that's $40 in their pocket that they didn't get from me from a release of the game. Like, I want all the people that are like, oh, I want to pay full price for a fully put together game. Really look back at your game history and really look at how many games you paid full price for that you felt like were really fully worth every single ducat. I mean, I'm talking to the people who are saying that free to play is bad. Because I can guarantee you there's at least a few games in your list that you have bought and you were like, I don't know. I don't know about this one, guys. Outriders wasn't free to play. And although B and Pong had fun with it, there were still moments in there was like, I don't know. I think this game is more put together than Outriders was.
Oh, by a long shot.
And it didn't even have cross-play, cross-save, cross-everything from the very jump.
No, by a long shot, yeah.
And it was a full-price game.
Yeah. Anthem was a full-price game.
And it didn't have the depth of, again, I'm not at endgame yet. I'm not at endgame yet. And I see people in the chat talking about, hey, we're starting to see things where you need certain elements and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And look, and that might be the point where you start having to go back and start doing other missions. And maybe you need that element now, right? Where you didn't need the element the entire time. Because you can't always depend on other people. Maybe you have to be the character or be the person that steps back and says, oh man, looks like we need my ice character, as y'all have been using as an example. Now I got to go get an ice character. Okay, now I got to go build an ice. Where do I get one? And I see, and I see that you guys are trying to build them up and everything. And sure, could that be one of the ways and something that they also need to fix on, making it more accessible so that people don't maybe feel a certain way or whatever the case? Sure. I'm not saying that the first Descendant is a flawless game. And Johnny continues to say, I had fun playing the first Descendant. My thing is, I would rather pay $70 for a full game than to have to buy everything cool piecemeal. There you go. But my only rebuttal to that is you're buying full price games and still have cosmetics in them. Oh, Freya's the ice character. So you have to in order to beat that mission, you need an ice character to get the ice character. See, things like that can be something that is off. It's like, hey, that doesn't quite make sense. I need an ice character to get the ice character. God damn. I mean, that doesn't really make sense. I can see that, right? That's a fair critique. Say, hey, this doesn't quite make sense. What do we got to do here? That's things that they need to see and they need to hear and they can actually do something with. But the shop side of it is, like Decado says, it's a luxury, not a necessity, and you don't have to engage with it. If you never spend a single dollar in this game, the only person that's losing is the devs. But once you spend $60, if you feel like, oh, I spent my 60. I don't feel like anything else is worth 60 in here. Great. But you supported the devs because you felt like there was inherent value there for you. And why Excuse me. And why isn't that more so the focus than everything else that's going on with the game? It being free to play, it giving you options, things still being accessible in the game. People who have no self-control, to Pong's point, who can't control themselves and feel like, man, I got to spend $20 because I hit a wall. Oh, I had to spend $30 because I didn't want to grind. I had to spend, dollars because I wanted to look cute. Bro, people are already running around with a maid outfit in the first Descendant. I can say, yo, that's dumb as hell. Why would you want to run around in the maid costume? It's an option. It's not colorable, which would be my problem with it. And I value games at the same thing, Johnny. I value games at a $1 per hour played. So have you played 60 hours of the first Descendant to equal up to be a full price game? To determine whether it was worth a $60 purchase? Most people don't. Most people play these style of games, pay it for maybe a few hours and say, it's not for me. Nope, it's egregious. Nope, it's pay to win. Nope, it's not worth it. It's half baked. There are so many other facets that you have to take in consideration when you're having a full breadth of detailed discussion about anything, right? Especially in gaming where there is, okay, you dropped it after 10. Hey, cool. It is what it is. If you didn't see the value in it, then great. It wasn't for you. And looters aren't for everybody. Every game, games are for everybody, but every game isn't for every gamer.
And you found out without paying a dime that it wasn't for you.
I call that a W.
No loss. Yep.
I don't get the ideology that you would have rather paid $70 to find the game wasn't for you. For you to be 10 hours in and be like, damn, I spent $70 and this game isn't for me.
Yeah.
Isn't that a worse trade-off?
He waits on sales a lot, like I do most of the time for budget.
Okay,
right?
sure.
He buys long JRPGs because he knows that's what he loves. Otherwise, he waits on sales. It's great. It's a great setup, man. That's how I do a lot of my gaming too. Now I bought a lot more full price games than I normally do, but yeah, that's
Anthem was a full price game.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I paid for the Ultimate Edition of Anthem.
So if you value it, even if a sale was $30, you value the game at $1 per hour. You only put 10 hours in, so it's only worth $10, right? Okay, and then he says, I did enjoy the game. The game is for me. The only reason I dropped it is because I'm not a fan of the monetization, and it bothers me to know that I'll never have any of the cool stuff in the game. Okay, now I got to be honest and real with you, Johnny. That's a personal fucking problem.
And he took, but he did.
And you took personal responsibility.
Correct.
That's fair. Yes. For the sake of conversation, I can say, you know what, Johnny? That's a damn good point. I can say, you know what? The only thing I'll push back with you on is any of the ultimate characters. That's how the characters look by default. Now, if you're talking about the other cosmetic items that you see in there, I definitely feel you. I wish that these games did give you a way to at least earn certain cosmetics somehow, or have a better variety of cosmetics that you can earn somehow, right? But we're also living in an era where games release and they don't get continued support, or the community doesn't continue to support the game. So why would I give you all of this extra content if I don't even know how it's going to hit with the community? I would much rather release the game in its current standing and say, okay, maybe I can roll back some of that. Maybe we roll back some of the monetization. Maybe we roll back how we approach colors. Like they've already did it once, from the last beta to this to full release. Because the beta that I played, when you unlock the color, you could use the color on the default skin. You can use it on the custom skin. You could use it on everything. So they changed something. Because in that most recent beta, it was more egregious, where it was, hey, you use it, it's done. Okay, they obviously have changed it somewhat. It's still not great, but it needs to be what I played more like. Hey, you get this color, that's your color. You can use it on whatever you want to use it on. If they want to use that as the strategy for that. Again, it's a free-to-play game. If you don't get to be blue on a certain character, are you there because you couldn't customize your character, or are you there because you enjoyed the gameplay? There is a balance to be had there, and you got to find out what works best for you. Kumi says, I mean, in a business sense, it doesn't compute if you offer everything for free in an already free-to-play game. And that is essentially the point that I'm getting to as far as supporting the devs. They made the decision to release any dev who releases a free-to-play game. It's the same thing with Warframe. They dealt with for a very long time where they did not have enough community support, and it took them time to build out Warframe to what it is today. You know what helped them do that? The community, the base community that they were able to find, that was able to rotate on itself, get other people to get involved, to also get invested into the community, to then therefore spend some, maybe they spend a couple bucks, maybe to get this, maybe to get that, to help invest on making improvements to the game. Now, should it take 10 years? No. And I'm not saying that I'm expecting for the first Descendant to take 5 years to be a better game. And nobody should have to wait that long. But if you're not liking what you're getting right now, then that's fair. But you can't say that the game is trash for that, which is what I've been seeing, or I see people putting it down and saying that, oh, well, it's not worth your time and free-to-play games are bad because of these monetization strategies, but I'm ignoring every other game that does this and did it more egregiously and has also taken content away from you, although they've made you pay for it before. Oh, but, you know, it's okay over here, but it's not okay over here. Oh, but Nexon. But when you go back down Nexon's list, you're like, okay, well, what did Nexon work on before? Oh, you want to talk about, it's MapleStory? MapleStory is the problem? I mean, I know the first Descendant doesn't play like MapleStory. So, what other game can we go to? Counter-Strike Online? Oh, okay. I mean, nobody's playing that, so hey, it is what it is. What else we go down? Final Fantasy 16. Apparently, Nexon shares the publishing rights in Korea for Final Fantasy 16. They're doing something else in the background. They can't be all bad. Dynasty Warriors Unleashed. Okay, it's a mobile game. The server closed on that. They didn't do great. They helped with Lawbreakers. Oh, okay. Well, we saw how Lawbreakers went. All right. Well, you take a loss. What else you got here? You start going down the list, like DNF Duel. DNF Duel is one of the better fighters on the market right now. In comparison to the Arc, it can be comparable to the Arcworks games. Guilty Gear, BlazBlue, all those. You go further down the list, the Finals. Isn't the Finals a decent game? It's free to play. Nothing is earnable in that game. You got to buy the cosmetics in there.
Yeah,
Point blank, period.
I flipped the money too.
What else we got? Arc Raiders is coming. The first Berserker Kazan, that's not going to be a free-to-play game. So so when people say, oh, well, this company is evil, and I can't trust them for ABC reasons, it's like, what are we comparing it to? And the Finals did feel like it came and went a bit, but there's still people that are actively playing it, and it is getting actively updated. And like Decado says, 10 years and Warframe still has a rough new player experience. So does Destiny.
Yeah, Destiny for sure.
The people who created Halo don't know how to get new people in their fucking game. Matter of fact, the new player experience is so fucking bad, they said, you know what? Let's take some planets away. Let's take away some of those missions that I felt like were pretty goddamn impactful to the story or to the overall game. And we'll just throw some mission in there to catch everybody up. Huh? Again, taking away content that you have paid for and making whatever excuse up for it, but not replacing it with something of equal value. And again, when you've already spent time with it, I think is even more egregious for a game that you paid full price for multiple times. So it's like the comparison doesn't compute for me. And again, like Kumi saying, if they offer everything for free, I hope that they have immunity to balls to protect them from going under. They're going to fucking need it.
Yeah, that wouldn't work too well.
Because when you make a free-to-play game, you're already taking a loss up front in the hope that you are able to create a community of people who will invest enough time, money, and effort into finding an appreciation for your game. It's a gamble. Matter of fact,
it's the biggest gamble still.
It literally is. So if I find out that I like the game and I flip them some ducats for it, doesn't that inherently work to my favor? Although it may not be perfect, most games don't release perfect, especially online games. They don't release perfect.
Even single player games ain't releasing.
Yeah, even single player. And I'm paying $60, $70 for these games. But me flipping a 20, 40, 60, whatever the ducats I want to spend, a price of a full price game, a deluxe version of a game at $100 is now a problem? Where have we been at? So now we're just going to magically wake up because some Eastern dev comes out and they're just the most egregious that we've ever seen. Vandal says, Steel Rain, do you think Factions would have been free to play? At this point, I wish they would have released it free to play. God damn, release what you had. Fuck.
Release that
at this point, release that free to play and see if people want to play it. That would have been better than fucking canceling it. It's just, this hobby we have as gaming is a business. Point blank, period.
Lady Foxfire, I see you jumping in here. What's up?
Hey, shout out to Fox. And there is different ways. Shout out to Psycho. There's different ways to approach the business side of how you go about games. So again, Black Desert was a free-to-play game. Well, at first it wasn't. It was paid for. It turned into a free-to-play game. Why? Because they saw more. It was easier to get people to try something, to then turn around and use something like the Final Fantasy 14 strategy, right? Get you in there for free. You get to a certain point in the game and you're like, you know what? I'm having a good time. Or you say, I'm not having a good time. And you either invest or you don't. And there's a price. Because inherently, you still want to support the devs. If every game that could be free to play, man, life would be great. Like, everything in the game, I mean, like, it's free to play, everything is earnable, everything is available to you. I'm talking about, like, everything is there. Everything is in the game, and it's free to play. The closest thing we have to that is Game Pass.
We wouldn't have too many game developers around.
So it's just like Decado says, it's why I spent. I probably already have 70 plus hours minimum, and that will go even higher.
Right.
And Nixie says, seems like First Descendant is not built for the weak knee folks. It's not meant for people who don't like looters. I'm not saying it's Borderlands 2. It doesn't have the gun variety that game has. I feel like it has more variety than what Anthem had. Anthem, all the guns felt very samey and similar. You could get different archetypes, but they still
This isn't
felt
a casual.
similar.
This isn't a casual looter shooter. Okay,
No,
this is not a. I mean, yes,
it's
anybody can
similar
jump
to
in.
Warframe.
Anybody can jump in, but yes, no, it's going to take. If you are planning on staying in the game, there is a dedication level. This is like Diablo versus Path of Exile steel.
Yes.
Path of Exile is also free to play. Right? We keep mentioning that versus Diablo's paid. But if you jump in the path of exile and you start messing around and you start liking it and you go to that skill tree, it throws people off.
It's overwhelming.
Yo,
I was overwhelmed by it. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. Path of Exile was extremely overwhelming to me. Coming from something like Diablo to stepping into a game that has a very wide skill gap and really gives you choice. And then also hearing that, oh, well, if you don't choose the right path, you're going to set yourself up for failure later and you can't really reset the path. And, oh, you're going to have to start a new character. No, that doesn't make me feel like I want to play that game, but it's a free to play game. And if I decide to get to that point and I like the game enough, then it is what it is.
And to be frank, Path of Exile is a free-to-play game, monetizes cosmetics, monetizes storage. You can buy storage slots in Path of Exile as well.
So you're casual if you don't want to drain your wallet. It's a weird take, but okay.
No. We were talking about the commitment.
Yeah.
We're talking about the time. We're talking about the commitment to the game. We're talking about the grind. Right? We're talking about that level of grind. There's grind in every looter shooter, including Borderlands 2. Steel was just talking about Borderlands. Okay? Borderlands is a casual looter shooter. Borderlands started the looter shooter craze. I love fucking Borderlands. Borderlands is one of my goats as a franchise. I'm just saying these are different. This is a different level, right? Steel was talking about this isn't Borderlands 2.
Yeah.
Right? It's a different style of looter shooter, right? It is. We've seen looter shooters mature and expand and do different things across the board from all different types of developers and publishers, right? What started out as a very fun, just, hey, go collect a bunch of 1 trillion billion guns and find which one you like best, has gotten to the point now where people do fucking full spreadsheets to min-max their characters with complex math involved.
I'm fucking good. Yeah, I'm good on that.
Right. No. But I'm just saying that's been the evolution of looters, right? Yeah. That's been the evolution. And there's everything in between as well. It's just that this one here, if you're going to play it free to play, you're more than allowed to. It's going to take some grind. It's going to take some effort. And you're going to hit a point in this game where, like I did last night with the Devourer, it does ramp up where you actually do have to think about things. And you're going to have to start looking at your build, right? That's what it does.
And so that's what it's about.
That's what it's about. That's what it's about.
You hit the wall and you're like, okay, what do I need to do differently? And that's how I typically approach it, right? I'm going to do the same thing with the first Descendant. I've only leveled up Bunny because I saw Tubabu Kumi mention it. He says, hey, Steel, how's your Bunny survivability? I've only leveled up my Bunny, and again, I have less than 10 hours in the game. My Bunny's probably is still under level 30, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I've only leveled her up when I felt like, okay, maybe I'm taking a little bit more damage than what I'm used to, and then I start playing with the mods. Okay, what mods do I have? What can I fit in this slot? What do I have available to me? How do I want to play her? I'll be real with you, Kumi. I have went down a couple times, both times because I wasn't paying attention more than anything else, because I'm trying to get a lot of these enemies I'm fighting for the first time. We fought a boss yesterday that I tried him. I used my abilities. I did my wave and the wave shit that Bunny does. I do it more about numbers, so I'll be like, I use my 2 and my 4 because those are like Warframe references because they do it in order of how the abilities are set up in the menu. But I use my abilities. I got behind the boss. I was like, all right, I figure I'm gonna get behind him and just tear into him because I can't be the one doing the most damage to him. But apparently, I did enough to him for him to turn around while I was trapped in a corner in an area that I'm unfamiliar with, and he shredded me down. I was trapped. Not to mention that I also had enemies that came in but that spawned behind me. I put myself in a bad situation. But outside of that, I haven't really noticed many issues as far as my survivability with Bunny. But I haven't really had a chance to truly play with my build either. And like Gene is saying, it is all about synergizing. It's about getting to a point And there is going to be min-maxing that's going to end up happening here. If you're not interested in that, then I hear that as well. But you're going to find a point where it's like, okay, I need to start looking at some of these things to find out what is going to be good for how I'm playing. And I'm the same way, Kumi. I'm never stopping. I never stop moving with Bunny. But there has to be something there where there has to be a mod that allows you to get more shield regen, or maybe it's the way that you're using your abilities. I wouldn't be able to fully tell you, hey, what's going on that's wrong, because I don't have a set build for my character yet, right? So I don't know what's causing you to die like that. I do know that Bunny is going to take, because she's more of a, I can't think of the right term right now. It's freaking right there. She's more of a burst style character, I should say. It does a lot of AoE damage and everything. You have to find the balance of being aggressive, because I have found that I think Bunny is more so a character that you need to more so, fight the boss, but you need to focus on the ads. All the extra enemies that pop up, those are the ones that you need to start killing, because that's how you keep your energy up. And the more that you can keep your energy up, the longer you can stay in Bunny's abilities. You can also toggle her abilities on and off. So it's like, if you notice that, hey, you might be running out of energy, you're going to say, all right, I got to stop. You disable it until you get the energy that you need. You also want to keep her electric bar filled at all times, from what I'm noticing, because when you do that, she can do the utmost damage, just as an example. And I'd imagine that the other characters are pretty similar in that fact, right? Maybe they don't have a specific bar, but they have certain mechanics that, hey, is this character a little bit more aggressive, or do I need to play more defensive, or is there a rotation that I need to be playing into? Most characters do. If it is similar to Warframe, which in Warframe, you come to find out that most characters only have 2, maybe 3 abilities on good ones that you use all the time. There's so many characters in Warframe where all the other abilities are not used. Oh, I pop my 2 on my 4, and that's all I do for the rest of the game. Up, as soon as my 2 is over, pop it again. My 4 is done. Gotta pop it again. That's all that it is. That 1 and that 3 ability become completely, they don't exist anymore. Which is something that I think is egregious about Warframe. I'm not seeing this here. Every ability that I've used for the character that I've used so far felt viable. There's a reason. I speed up, I can slow down, I can do my wave, I can do my energy ball, I can do the fucking my Iron Man blast that I fucking like, that does a shit ton of fucking damage as well, that you can burst down especially the yellow bars. They're fucking great for the yellow bars. It's just, I think that this game is an easier game to get into than Warframe was ever. Still today. Although I think Warframe has become more new player friendly. For it to share some of the same mechanics, and for it to be compared in this article, like he continues to say here, again, you will indeed find most of all of these microtransactions inside of Warframe, but many here are more expensive and or give you less value. This is also something that turned me off from Warframe, but here is just even more transparently terrible, and I very much do not like a game that throws up annoying roadblocks at every turn in order to get you to open your wallet to avoid them. It doesn't throw up roadblocks. The game is trying, they do well with teaching you the baselines of the game and what you need to be looking for. I thought that was why we played the games in the first place. To learn them, to play them, to have fun.
A roadblock to me still would be gotcha games that you have certain amount of energy that you can use.
And then you can't do nothing no more.
You can't do nothing no more. You could run around, like you said earlier, while crafting or while waiting for something to be done. The game doesn't prevent you from going and just doing exactly what you're supposed to do in a looter shooter, which is go grind some more. Just get back out in the world. Go do your shit. Like, it's not anything that roadblocks you from playing the fucking game. There's nothing that stops you from progressing forward. There's nothing so far that I've come across that has prevented me from going on to the next level and running more missions. Nothing. Zero. Nothing that you craft is necessary to go and play some more. that doesn't make those types of comments is what doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Sure, internally, you want that new gun that you're crafting that you have to wait 4 hours for. Sure, I would love to have that ultimate right away that I just crafted, but I had plenty of other fucking weapons to go play with. Like it wasn't necessary for me to move forward in the game. That's the slant. That's the weirdness that I don't like in journalism. Again, when you use words like roadblock, people automatically, your readers, the people who don't know what this game is about, who have not done any research on the game themselves, instantly picture something in their head that is not accurate whatsoever. These are the terms, and journalists know this. Most of these journalists went to school. They understand the power of certain terms and how they're used in sentences that creates images or impressions within their readers' minds. That's pretty much all of journalism. That's a massive part of what you learn. Mm-hmm. And how to put those things together. Paul Tassi knows when he's writing this out, at least I hope he does, right? I know some journalists just write like they're writing to themselves and they don't ever think about their readers anymore. But Paul Tassi's a veteran. I've read plenty of his stuff where he does get it. He's got to know that, again, his readers, some of his readers, not those of us that know are in the know, but some of the casual readers that do read, that look to him for his opinions on video games, of whether or not to try them, even when they're free to play, are going to have a certain picture that, oh, he's like being prevented from playing, like, or this is really a roadblock to him from having fun in this game unless he gets this one thing crafted.
It's not.
No.
It doesn't stop progression.
No, it doesn't do any of that.
Again, they introduce you to how to build your characters and everything, with Bunny being one of the first characters that they do it with. And you don't have to wait nothing but a minute to get her unlocked, couple minutes that first time. And that's just to give you a taste of what that system, what that mechanic is like. Spider-Man, you gotta let us know a little bit more what you're confused about. Because again, Kumi goes on to say, I think there's a major incentive with these types of games to stay current with the rest of the community. If you lag behind, there's a chance that you'll have to run earlier missions solo. There may be some of that for sure. And I can see some of that potentially happening as people progress further into the game. That can be unfortunate, is unfortunate, and is one of the things that the first Descendant has to get under their feet and make sure that they have good mechanics around, because right now, even from what I played from the beta to what I'm playing now, even if I was playing solo, I don't foresee me having the same types of issues that I stepped into with Warframe, where I couldn't even understand how the characters were supposed to be used at all. Even reading through their descriptions, I'm like, I don't get this. Like, I had to watch videos. And Spider-Man, so the mods. Essentially, Spider-Man, the mods, you can kind of think of them as abilities that you can kind of put onto your character, right? They do certain things. They give you certain, or let's say benefits. There's certain benefits that you can put on your character. They're buffs, even better. They're buffs that you can put on your character. What I would suggest to you and anybody is to read through all the buffs that are available to your character. And you can set it to where it's just buffs that you have that are available to that character. Right? Well, the mods that are available to this character. When you read through them, they'll tell you, hey, it just gives you extra shield. This gives you extra this. This gives this does that. Hey, for an example, with my bunny, I unlocked the purple mod that allows me to have more electricity, but maybe I can't remember exactly what it does, but it gives me a more electricity damage bonus but I take a little bit of less health, right? There's things like that. There's positives and negatives that you kind of got to take in there. And there is so many slots. Let's say there's a certain amount of power.
Yeah.
Okay. That's even better. There's a certain amount of energy that you can use to use these buffs. Right. So you have to
have each mod have a amount of energy they take up when you add them to a slot.
Yes.
Yeah.
So when you're building your character out, especially starting off, it's about finding what works for you by using the buffs combined with and working it into the energy and saying, all right, well, I put these buffs on here, I put these mods on here. How much energy did that take? Okay, it's 40 out of 40. All right, well, I still feel like I'm kind of weak. Okay, what can I take off and now put on? It's maybe a little bit better. Okay, man, I just unlocked this one that does something special. And keep in mind, a lot of the mods that you're using up front are not going to be the ones that you're going to use later on in the game. They're going to get replaced, right? As you unlock more things. The main thing is just making sure that you are, what I've noticed, make sure that you're using every single new gun that you get, right? Make sure that you're using a higher DPS weapon, mainly, and you can also filter it out, which is another great thing that they do have in there. And make sure that you're also changing your the actual mod slots, like on the right hand side when you open your character up. Make sure that you keep those up to date as well with the newest one that you got. Level, make sure it's on par with your level. Make sure it does something for your character. For an example, there are some in that first character screen, there's some attachments, I'll call them instead. There's some attachments that you can put on your character that, for an example, if you're using a assault rifle, you'll get a 40 to 100% damage bonus for using certain abilities. So it's like, there's just so much, there's a lot of variety in here, and there's a lot to learn in here for sure. But again, this is what you're getting into for a free-to-play game that is a looter, that is also dynamic in the way that it's approaching its combat and how you build your characters. It's easier to understand than what Warframe would be, but it does also explain to you how some of these things need to be used, right? And how you go about that process. Anyway, it goes on to say, at this point, I have a few problems paying $10 to $20 for a cosmetic skin in a free-to-play game if I'm really digging it or a specific character I'm using. But a game that decreases its drop rates for the sake of saying you can grind 20 hours for something you could just buy for $6 rubs me the wrong way. And so does the grind, and so does doing that grind and being hit with a days-long wait timer unless you pay to remove it. It's gross. Sure. If this is the mentality that you have about a game like this that allows you to get everything within the game and wants to try to entice you to spend your money in ways to make it more convenient for yourself because it's an option, because the game's free to play, then that is something that you have to deal with. When people are paying $20 per skin in Fortnite for all the characters to play the exact same way, to be able to do the exact same dances, to be able to do everything similar to each other, what is the benefit in that? But millions of people do it. Warframe, there's a reason the game is still around. Obviously, something they're doing is working, along with just building their base economy and creating a player base that wants to support the game, that sees the value in it. He goes on to say, again, it's Warframe, but it's definitely worse, and it definitely has not earned the goodwill to monetize to this extreme level, offering players so little in return. It may end up making me throw in the towel altogether, depend on how this continues to feel as the game presses on. Bye. That's essentially the end of his article for that. And when he says it's Warframe, but it's definitely worse and has definitely not earned the goodwill to monetize to this extreme level, again, you're making, as a reader, you're telling the reader that the game's not as good as Warframe, a game that has a decade under its belt, a game that has been allowed to develop with its community, not just by themselves, but has been developed with its community for a decade. It's a bit unfair to say, oh, it's Warframe, but worse, and say that it hasn't earned the goodwill to monetize to the extreme level when the monetization isn't extreme. Maybe your want to spend money may feel extreme because, yes, buying colors for the characters that you can't translate over to other characters and other skins and other armor, yes, that's a bit weird. But again, a lot of the systems that you can use as a comparison did not exist until years later in some of these other games. The Division has some decent base cosmetics. Decent. I don't think they're as good as the Division 2 as the first Division at all. I think the first Division had a little bit more variety in the open world as you were playing through the game, as you were exploring, of cosmetics that you can unlock. That felt good to get. Where you could see the change in the Division 2, again, which are full price games, to where once they implemented that store, that there was a blatant difference between how the game, what the store cosmetics looked and how the cosmetics in the game were. They also didn't just have transmog up front either, from what I can recall. Transmog was something that was added in later so that you can wear whatever, look however, be however. Same thing with Destiny. It didn't do it until much later. And even that costs a currency that you will have to end up spending the money for if you hadn't grinded up the resources previously. Same thing with some of the shaders that are in there. So again, is the first Descendant a perfect game? No, but no game is fucking perfect. Elden Ring had its problems. The Division had its problems. Destiny has its problems. Most games that come out has something that can be fixed or that needs to be adjusted. That is not perfect. But why can't we give the devs some space to allow you to try something to figure out whether this is a game that they can support? Because I'll tell you one thing, I do think that this game is going to have more support than Anthem ever had. Oh, yeah. And Anthem was a full price game that was supported by EA, who is a very greedy company, who I can guarantee you has enough money to been able to release Anthem 2.0, and it probably would have had a grand resurgence with all the changes that they were making to the game. But the game at a baseline value when it released had no in-game content. And it was also a looter shooter. The Division lacked in-game content in the beginning. You were doing the same shit over and over and again. Destiny, like every game that you can go to the comparison outside of Warframe, which again, yes, it has a lot more stages, a lot more to it but it was extremely convoluted as well. It was hard to get into for people. They've already crossed the first hurdle with this, and I think that they're moving in the right direction from what I've experienced thus far. And I am seeing more people than ever, more people than I had previously who would probably maybe not be a fan of free-to-play games, maybe aren't necessarily a fan of looters, who jump in here and are like, man, I'm liking what I'm getting out of this experience. It feels good, it plays good, it runs well. Again, yes, they still need to update some things for the series consoles and in PlayStation. I mean, I haven't seen anybody complain about the Xbox One and PlayStation 4s, which I think is extremely interesting, but maybe I just haven't exposed myself to that content. Maybe it's out there. Maybe it's running flawless on those consoles. I don't know. That's not part of the conversation though. This game is also using Unreal Engine 5. An engine that has notoriously had issues this entire generation. And this is the first studio that I have seen implement cross save, cross play, cross everything day one and have a pretty stable server since release. What, Pawn, they went down for like 3-4 hours the other day or whatever that was when you were trying to play?
Yeah, it was something like 4 or 5 hours. It went down. It was a pretty severe down problem. They identified multiple problems, but yeah, that's
but even
pretty much.
But
Yeah.
even the dev came out and said, we didn't expect for that many people to jump in here. We had to. He came out and also stated that, hey, something that also happened around the same time. Microsoft was having issues. He did come out during his dev stream and said, hey, yes, we reached our server cap. The reason the servers had a problem is because they reached their server cap. Then Microsoft Azure started having issues as well, and they had to get in contact with Microsoft to figure out what was going on with their back end. They had to spend some time and they blatantly told us that the devs stayed up 24 hours plus to make sure that people can get into the game.
And they compensated everybody too. Very well.
And they gave everybody who didn't even play the beta rewards.
I just got all those yesterday. It's crazy. And but
Like,
they gave multiple packages, Steel, because they gave the first package for people who had issues the day one before they took the servers down. They gave a package of boosted content, 3 days of boosted XP, gold, weapon XP, everything across the board. They gave you that, and then when they took the servers down, they gave out another package. So you actually got 2 packages worth of boost too, which is, if you go by the monetization, is actually a pretty big deal. They're trying to do it right. They're trying to do it right.
They're trying. For sure.
They're trying to do their best here. And again, the option is, right, to everybody out there, and this is coming from an old head who's been doing it since day one in video games and has seen decades of changes. The option is, if the option is that we don't have free-to-play games, that everything is bought and paid for, we don't have monetization at all, and we just go back to the old way where the games come out and that's it. That's what you get. Or this, with a wide range of options for players, depending on what they enjoy, what they like to do, with the options to invest more into not only a free-to-play game where you flip the devs some money for their efforts because you're enjoying yourself, but also invest more into games that you actually paid full price for to do stupid stuff, to have cosmetics, right? To have emotes, to have color changes, to do all this kind of stuff. I'll take this all day long versus what we used to get. And I'm not afraid to say that. I will take this all day long. The fact that I could pop into a game like this with hundreds of hours of gameplay for free and then choose whether or not I want to give the dev some money for some cosmetics or for a boost or for an ultimate version to speed up the process, whatever. I'll take this all damn day over what we used to have. It's a double-edged sword. There's problems. Nothing's perfect. There's people trying all sorts of business models, all sorts of different ways. You already know my feelings on the patches, how, again, they lean into them. They release broken games and then say, we'll fix it down the road. I hate that shit. It is what it is. We used to get permanently broken games back in the day where there was no fixing. ET, anybody? Okay? So it's a double-edged sword. But when a game like the first Descendant comes along, the biggest point to make, and right now they broke their all-time peak, by the way, Steel, today. 248,000 players concurrent. There's 245 in there right now.
Damn.
Yeah. The fact is, when the first Descendant comes out, I just can't stand, and again, this goes for any game nowadays, or most games nowadays, a lot of games nowadays, why it seems like certain people, certain groups of people pick and choose to jump on a hate train for a certain game that is not doing anything, again, out of bounds that we haven't seen before, that isn't going up and beyond to try to screw people over. I don't understand this concept, especially when it's not like this is the only game that's dropped over the past 6 months and everybody's been waiting on the first Descendant. Oh my God, we're finally getting a game. That is not the case anymore in this day and age. There are thousands of other games. It is fine to make your statement. It's not a game for you. I have a problem with these things here, and that's it, and move on. But to write full-fledged articles in the manner that Paul Tassi and others we're hounding Paul Tassi here because Steele picked out that article, but there was other articles this week to hound on the first Descendant as if it came out of the blue. Nobody expected it. And nobody knew what this game was going to be. And all of a sudden they're charging $1,000 for skins, and the game just came out and it hasn't earned that right, and acting like, oh my God, the sky is falling because of this type of game coming out in the video game industry is just ridiculous. And yes, am I being over dramatic? I am, but that's what I'm reading from these writers. They're being over dramatic. And again, they're slanting this stuff without giving the facts to the consumers who may want to jump into this game. They are slanting their articles so that a lot of people are going to be instantly turned off, thinking that this is some type of egregious game, that this is not even worthy of a download as a free-to-play game. And that is wrong. That is not their job. So, again, loving the first Descendant. Steele and I both are, obviously. You're not going to find any other show this week that has this type of conversation around the first Descendant. I'm telling you that much now. You're not going to have anybody break it down like this. This isn't the world's biggest game. This isn't Grand Theft Auto 6 dropping, right? This isn't even a big new franchise or a big new game from like Ubisoft, like a new Assassin's Creed game. This isn't even on that level as far as people want to talk about it. But I think that the ideas that have come around the first Descendant, the conversations that have happened around the first Descendant, kind of encapsulates a lot of what happens nowadays in the video game industry. There is just so many people that just seem downright unhappy in this hobby. And this hobby is supposed to be nothing but entertainment, but there just seems to be so many people downright unhappy every time a new game drops that it's almost instantaneously, if it gets any attention, all of a sudden we got to have a whole bunch of people attach their wagons to it and try to drag it down with anchors. Unless it is universally beloved, and then we get the universal love train, right?
Yeah.
The opposite happens too. And all of a sudden people just latch on. And it's like, man, it's cool. You can have criticisms. You don't have to like the game. You can come out and flat out say it, right? But don't spread bad information, right? Suicide Squad is a perfect example. Don't spread bad information. Don't act like you're rooting for the game to fail. Why? If you care about the industry, if you care about these types of games, you are a looter shooter fan like Paul Tassi is, why not make suggestions in your article? Right? Why not suggest some things that could be tweaked here and there? Steele and I can go on about some of the things we talked about while we were playing the game. There's some small stuff that could be tweaked for sure. There's some definitely some things that we see that they're going to have to do to keep people interested and to keep this game rolling. But the game just came out 2 days ago, folks. Let's give it some breathing time, man. Open it up like a bottle of wine and let it breathe a little bit. And see how it tastes, right? Afterwards. Like Steele said, he couldn't even find any endgame videos yet, which is ultra rare. Normally within 48 hours, there's endgame videos up because people are nuts. And they go through the game and they run through like water. There hasn't been that many people that have finished off this stuff yet. That's how big this game is. So let's let it breathe a little bit, man. So I hope you guys got a better idea of what the first Descendant is. If you've been sitting on the sidelines, kind of thinking about it or waiting on it, or try to decide for yourself whether or not it was worth a download to you. Again, for me, it's always worth a download. If it's free, if it's in Game Pass, it's always worth a download just to try it and just to see for yourself. Again, fuck everybody, including me and Steve.
Yes.
Talk about the game. Just go try it.
Yes, Rika Gaming. Folks are really mad about a free game. Yes. 1000%. They are mad about having the choice to try something to find out that it's not for you.
It's weird.
Or it is for you. And there's just some things that need to be changed because the devs released the game in a state that can be fixed, but maybe it's in a good enough state to find out whether people actually give a fuck about the game or not before they go and spend millions of more dollars keeping the servers up, investing in more time, creating more characters. And then you can't say that the game isn't quality. I haven't had hit detection issues. I haven't had server issues like that. I think all the characters are decently made. And I'm very picky. Right? All the characters feel like and seem like they fit within this world. from the beginning of the game. Like when you're in the first hour of the game, you cannot tell me that the game is just bad. Because it seems quality even up front. The way that it stores its mission, it's interesting at least. But if it's not for you, then it's not for you. And we're spending this type of time on it because there's hundreds of thousands of people who are watching creators, bigger creators who have millions of subscribers, hundreds of thousands of subscribers, talk about this game as if it's the worst game that has ever existed. And with blatantly with bad information. That shit bothers me.
Yeah.
And these are people who have not, and if they have not spent time with the games that they're trying to compare it to. Correct. So you're just making blanket statements and you don't even understand the baseline mechanics. The baseline idea, especially for a free-to-play game. Overwatch is free to play now, and then everybody's mad about that now for other reasons. Right? So there's games that don't do it right, and then there's games that seemingly do it right. There's a balance, just like everything else. Let the community decide what's best for them or what's best for the dev. Again, it's supposed to be about us having fun and us holding the devs accountable and us supporting the devs if we find value in the product that they give us. And trusting that they're not going to do some BS if we invest into them. That's what this should all be about. Mm-hmm. Because now you look over, and we'll get into this real quick because I feel like we definitely killed the first Descendant topic quite hard. But then you get into an example like Primal, which is not going to get any further content updates, which was released in the Xbox Game Pass, which is not a free-to-play game, who is probably on the cusp of closing its servers down because it could not retain its player base. Maybe it's the game. Maybe it's the game's fault because, yes, at a certain point, it does become more difficult. At a certain point, yeah, you're going to need a team to get together. But Primal was a decent and solid game. But guess what? It's not a free-to-play game. And the people who are not willing to spend the money on Primal to find out whether it's a decent game or not are definitely not going to try it now when they see that Capcom abandons new Primal content just a year after launch. It's crazy. When this article got put out, this is from IGN. When this article got put out, I was like, damn, it's only been a year. Mm-hmm. But I haven't been back to Primal because the gameplay is repetitive.
We talked about it at the time, right, Steele?
We did talk about it. We enjoyed it for what it was.
We enjoyed our time, but we said, right, in this day and age with that type of game, Capcom's got its work cut out for it to keep people coming back. That was going to be the problem. We said we don't know how. And again, this is the game. This is one of the rare games where I could finish first. I could be top dog in this game.
True.
Like, this is rare, right? But again, that's a side note. But anyways, I'm just saying we had a great time with the game. We were all loving the game. The fam jumped in. We were having a blast through the rounds that we did play. But all of us to a T said, but it is limited. And Capcom is going to have to grow. And how are they going to grow this to keep the people from going back to those games that they're constantly in the rotation anyways, like your Overwatches, like your Apex Legends, all that kind of stuff? How are they going to hook people to continue to come back to Primal? And it was obvious, right? I didn't see massive promotion of any big expansions for Primal or any. I mean, they had one crossover.
They had the Mega Man, and they did Ryu and they did Ryu and Chun-Li, I think, and
that's great. Crossovers are great, but okay, so cosmetic, you get a new character. Again, gameplay. What did you do, Capcom? Modes. What did you do, Capcom, to get people coming back? It looked fantastic. It played extremely smooth. We had zero issues when we were playing the game.
Mm-hmm.
Everything felt really good, but it was limited. And that is something that we touched on. And here we are just a year later. It feels like 2 years, actually.
Yeah,
just a year later.
It's been a while, yeah.
Yeah, but just a year later, now a game that costs money, unless you had
it's an online game.
It's an online game is not going to be supported anymore, right?
Well, the servers are going to be up, but how much longer are the servers going to be up?
Right. Exactly.
Because the game is going to, you essentially saying that you're not going to release any other content after a year of the game releasing is essentially saying that the player base isn't there.
Yeah, it's a death note.
And how much longer are the servers going to be up? Because again, Capcom, knowing Capcom, are not going to, if it's not Monster Hunter type, getting that type of attention, they're not just going to keep the servers up indefinitely. So now you've paid for a game that you're not going to probably have access to. And the game doesn't have PvE content, so unless they do a huge update to it and say, oh, we're going to have horde-like modes, you can just play offline and you can still invite your buddies and, you can do local co-op or whatever else the case might be. It's like, well, what do you do with it at that point?
Mm-hmm.
It starts putting things into perspective, right? Online games are extremely difficult. Service-based games are extremely difficult, especially in today's modern era of gaming where there is just so much that is on the table that you can play. Again, me and Pong just mentioned earlier a game that's coming out next week, and Once Human. There's also another looter that's also has survival elements to it. That's also open. That's supposed to be a pretty damn good game as well. Is that a game that's going to end up pulling some time? Who knows? We'll see. Probably. But the thing about the first Descendant that I know is that I'll always be able to come back to it. And as long as the game is getting some form of support, the devs are going to continue to crank out content. And I'll be able to come back and experience. Matter of fact, what I enjoy also about the first Descendant, it's like it's blatantly telling me by the time I get to end game, I have a game that I can pop on and play when I am doing other things. Because I do consume other content. I do listen to shows. I do get involved in the community with the community sometimes. I do like to lurk. I do like to be able to do a mission, pause, do some things around the crib, and then come back, sit down, run a few more missions. It is the replacement that I've been looking for and the experience that I had been looking for that I did not enjoy out of Destiny, as an example. I'm not a fan of Destiny's PvE. Have I had fun with it? Sure. But even in comparison with the first Descendant, this just makes me feel different in the moment-to-moment gameplay. And I'm not even in the end game yet. What are you going to say, Paul?
I was just going to say to add to this too, because we were just talking about Primal not getting any more support. But to add to this conversation, because it's piggybacking off our first Descendant talk too. There's another new game that just had some quotes come out from the executive producer, and that's XDefiant, right? XDefiant, right? The
Call of Duty rival or whatever, yeah.
Right, exactly. Ex Call of Duty devs, right? Some of the heads are ex Call of Duty guys. This was supposed to be, in that market, right? They've come out now. They just came out today, Steele. And
today, damn.
Yeah, I just saw the quotes. I should say. Let me double check if that was posted today. It was posted 11 hours ago, so it was technically yesterday, I guess. No, it was today.
No, it was today. This morning.
It was from Insider Gaming. Real quick, Ubisoft says that's okay. You can move on if you can't take XDefiant's bugs. This week, XDefiant Season 1 updated arrived, bringing on new maps, weapons, and mechanics, along with a series of tweaks and quality of life improvements, and of course, new issues. It also introduced Ranked, which hasn't landed well with the majority of players based on account of it not feeling like a ranked mode. Shortly after the new update dropped, Ubisoft's Mark Rubin took to social media to explain why XDefiant is experiencing so many issues, defending the game against those claiming that it was released too early and rushed out. XDefiant was released on May 21st, a relatively positive reception with hundreds of thousands of players pouring into the platform in the first hours of the game. Going online is long-awaited arrival that came following months of delays and postponements, so eager players were just happy to finally receive it, and then teething issues surfaced. Speaking candidly on social media, producer Mark Rubin explained why it hasn't been smooth sailing. Quote, we have an engine. What we have is an engine that has only ever been an MMO. And so all of the infrastructure for the FPS has had to be built from the ground floor. We were working on developing all new tech and an engine that was designed for something else. That being said, the engine is really great, but it does require a lot of work, and with that work comes a lot of bugs that other engines have already worked out. We're not a shooter that's been out for 20 years. If you like what you're trying to do, to stick around, and you'll see things improve and new features get added. But if the game isn't for you, that's okay. You can move on. Again, people look at new games, Steel, and I'm not defending XDefiant. I have yet to play XDefiant. I
haven't played it. I don't have general interest in it.
Right. Overall, it's not high on my list of priorities. I did want to check it out, but it's just not on my list. But again, the people thinking that a new IP is going to come out and you should rightfully compare it to something like a Call of Duty or even a Battlefield.
Sure.
That has been around for a long ass time, who went through growing pains themselves, who have had ups and downs. And all of a sudden you're supposed to have XDefiant drop and be like, oh, this should be better than any of those games by leaps and bounds out the gate. It is wrong to think that way. Right? Basics, some basic concepts like Steel was talking about before that we've criticized, like Diablo, an experienced team like Blizzard should just kind of know out the gate. Yeah. But again, a brand new IP from a team that is working and building things from the ground up, to expect it to be perfect out the gate is not going to happen. Now, is this the appropriate response? Like Steel and I were just talking about, move on from an actual game developer? I don't know. I don't know if that's really what you want to tell a whole lot of fans.
So. Not for a shooter.
I mean, again, I agree.
PvP based shooter.
Steel and I obviously agree. We've said that, like, okay, so plenty of other games to play, go play, but we're not directly developing these games, right? We're not actually a part of it. As a team member, I probably wouldn't want to come out and just say it flat out, but his point is well taken. And he's specifically making that remark. We are not a shooter that's been out for 20 years. Because again, people that think that this stuff is just going to come out and be leaps and bounds ahead of anything we've gotten before, that's just not the case when it comes to these new IPs. And the first Descendant is the same way. Let it give it some breathing room. And again, it's going to take time. These games aren't made to be day 1 to day 1,000 the same game. They are meant to grow. They are meant to take community feedback. They are meant to see what works and what doesn't work, and then hopefully improve, fix, evolve on those things to make a better game down the road. And if you're not into being one of the first out the gate to test a game, then sit on these games. Wait on the sidelines. See if they ever get to that point where all of a sudden you want to jump in. Do you miss out on a lot of stuff? Yes, like Steel says. And my point is, Steel plays these single-player games, RPGs, right? They get better now. We know that, as Steel's come to say, and we both agree upon. Wait a year, and you get a better experience. Wait 2 years, you get a better experience. But does that take away from the initial upfront experience? Well, if it doesn't for you, then jump in. Me and Steel are like that. I will never regret playing games early, even if they have better versions down the road. I will never regret that. Right? If I had a great time with the game, I had the great time with the game. If it's better 2 years from now and I go back to it, great.
Cyberpunk's the easiest example, bro.
Yes, correct.
It is so much, it is leagues better than what it was when we first played it. Do I regret not playing it when it first? No. I love what I played when the game came out.
Yeah. And so I think it's just important to keep that in mind as a gamer. There is nothing wrong. Gamers are so sometimes... We are so short-sighted, right? And we have the shortest memories ever. And it's like a lot of gamers never grow as they get older and play more games. A lot of gamers get so stuck in their ways that they lose adaptability to situations and to the changing industry. And again, I can be accused of that in a lot of ways. We get older, we get stubborn, don't like changes to things. Again, Star Wars franchise is a perfect example for me.
That's fair.
But I got to the point where I realized I'm not going to spend any energy fighting people over it. I'll have my moments where I need to get it off my chest and rant, but I'm not going to sit out here and go after Disney Star Wars nonstop or be out there, doing all this kind of stuff. It's just not for me anymore. I'm willing to move on and move past it and carry on the old memories. And I have the old stuff. That's great. But with games and how this industry is changing, there's some people just hate change and cannot get out of their own way, which causes them to start feeling piss poor about where the industry's at. And it comes in all different forms. And we see this communication all the time out here. There's conversations that happen out here all the time. Like, you're just not happy anymore in the gaming space. And that's okay too. But you're not sitting here and disparaging every single game or every single type of, new genre or different genre that comes out because you hate it and you just want the old classic games. Isn't doing anybody, including yourself, any good out here at all, right? Again, there is fair critiques. There's obviously ways to talk about these games. And again, expressing yourself about why you don't like something is cool. That's fine. But again, you got to be able to adapt because this industry is changing. And I have always said, if they change so far that it's no longer fun for me, I'm out. I'll go find something else. You won't see me podcasting about video games. You won't see me ranting about how terrible the gaming industry is anymore. I won't be here. I'll just move on. But again, allow yourself that adaptability. Don't be so stuck in your ways that you can't see things, right? Or you refuse to see things that are good, right? Or that could bring you enjoyment. And don't prevent yourself from trying stuff just because, right? That's the whole thing. Know who you are as a gamer, as Steele and I always say, for sure. Again, don't force anything. You don't have to jump into something out the gate you hate, but don't miss out on something that possibly you could like just because you were stuck in your ways or because so many people have told you that you should hate it or you shouldn't like it or that it's bad or that it's egregious or whatever the case may be. Go check it out for yourself and make that judgment call for yourself at the end of the day.
1,000%. Find what you enjoy and build off of that, man. And I think that's the biggest takeaway and the biggest notes that I wanted to hit with seeing just what has happened with the first Descendant. And yeah, I can't, like we mentioned, there's not any other place where you're going to find talk like this about this one game because everybody else, the bigger channels that I have seen at least are saying that it's egregious and nobody should support it and this, that, and the other thing without properly talking about what's happening. And I just find that extremely strange and weird to me.
Nixie, if I'm starting a tennis YouTube channel, there's bigger issues, bro. If that's my new go-to hobby is tennis and about age 51, yeah, we got bigger problems, man. You can jump in my chat and call me crazy if I ever show up talking tennis, bro. I've lost it. But yeah, Steve, I just think it is. I think it is. I just think there's a lot of conversations that happen around these games. And again, it's not just the games that Steele and I like, or it's not just the games that we appreciate. I talk about this all the time.
We talk about this for every game that we end up playing. Yeah. It's like, that's how I feel about it. We did it with Elden Ring when it came out and all the people talking back against that. And again, we had very interesting conversations. And again, it's a full price game. At the end of the day, it comes down to what you see value in.
You touched on that, Steele, earlier with Elden Ring, right? The new thing is gatekeeping Elden Ring and acting as if people have to play a certain way. It's crazy how much communities want to do this tribalism thing with every single aspect, or to create this gatekeeping mentality that creates different levels of people. Like you have to play a certain way to actually be an Elden Ring player. And we're not talking about cheating. We're not talking about using mods. We're talking about using mechanics put in by the developers that they themselves come out and talk about. to play a game and to enjoy it the way that you want to enjoy it. And yet you got people out here in the Elden Ring community who should just be celebrating what a fantastic overall game Elden Ring is, how far it pushed Souls games forward, how it actually got more people into Souls games than ever before, which means you're going to keep seeing more and more Souls games. If you like that genre, you are eating good right now. Why? Because of what From Software has done to popularize that genre. And you should be celebrating that, going, that's freaking damn cool. You want to run around and cheese the bosses with your freaking magic or whatever the case may be, or you want to call in people to help. Who the hell cares? It's a mechanic in the game. From Software creates it purposely that people can break the game. They allow you to farm if you want to farm and get to an incredibly high level before you take on any of the bosses, if that's what you choose to spend your time doing. And yet you got people out here trying to tear down others for using those mechanics because, oh, you're one of those players. Really?
What are we doing?
What are we doing?
Like,
what are we doing? A single player game? What are we doing?
Unless we're playing PvP, I really don't want to hear that shit. I really don't. I can care fucking less.
And these are the same people that,
as long as you're not cheating, it is what it is.
These are the same people that are running meta on Call of Duty. These are the same people that are looking up videos and breaking down meta on Call of Duty and going and getting their KD up while they're playing domination. They're going to play for KD and then claim they're the best.
While I got 3 minutes, I got 3 minutes on the point.
Right. This is the shit that I think that is worthy of a discussion within the community, because we are a part of the community and we are here, and it's something that has popped up. You're not going to hear this elsewhere because, again, the wider gaming audience could give two shits about any of us or the drama or any of the conversations that happen here. No, people don't have passion like this for the video game industry. But because we are in here and we're in these bubbles and we see this shit, it's worthy of a conversation to have of what's really going on in the gaming hobby. For those enthusiasts, because let's be real, the enthusiast is what drives a lot of the hobby. Yes, the wider masses make them all the money, and they got the casual games, they got the mobile games, they got the gotcha games, they got the monetization because the casuals pour money in that way. That's cool. But the enthusiasts drive a lot of the different genres forward. Because if it wasn't for enthusiasts, you think the casuals are playing a bunch of Souls ass games out here? Fuck, no, they ain't.
Bro,
no, they ain't.
I'm telling y'all, man, if y'all think that this shit is bad, wait till the gotcha scene. Try watching people spend hundreds of dollars on something, not for a skin, to get a chance to get a character, a chance. Nixie says, to be frank, it's not just the big content creators. The small creators can't speak on it much either because they play gaming news, and that is the majority. Hopefully we were able to get that across to you guys. I felt like we were. That is the biggest thing outside of just the first Descendant. This happens with so many games. People trying to gatekeep the conversation, trying to tell you things that they don't understand, trying to give you a perspective about something that they haven't experienced before. Or they just have so much recency bias because, again, I get it. Especially if you're covering gaming news, you're getting paid to do this all the time. I get it. You had this experience within the last couple of years. You're not going to remember what happened 10 years ago. Because, ladies and gentlemen, 10 years ago, we were playing on Xbox One. Right? So it's like that was the beginning of a generation. Like, when you really think about it, 10 years ago. So, no, things weren't the same. But it shouldn't excuse the growth that we have seen and the things that have changed. And I can definitely hear the side of, hey, maybe some of these people need to look across the fence and say, what can we do better than some of what our competitors are doing, and then make these adjustments. And we will truly see how Nexon, as an example, in this case, just like FromSoft has, just like Bungie has, just like Ubisoft has, just like all these other companies do. When you create a live service game, we will end up seeing where their talents truly are. But just like those games, in every single game that I mentioned, I enjoyed playing. But I'm not so caught up in my recency bias that I can't have a discussion on things that I did not like, why I will not play Destiny as an example moving forward, why I don't play Warframe anymore, why I don't play certain games. Like I can have that conversation because I've been part of that experience. And there are things that I am looking for as I have grown older in my in the hobby, for things that I would like and things that I don't like. And if they continue to give me things that I don't like, especially after I find out, again, if I get to the end game of the first Descendant, which who knows at this point could be 40 hours in, 50 hours in, who knows? But if I get to the end game falls flat on its face and I spent $40 on the game, well, damn, that $40 was worth it up to this point. Now, how will they end up bringing me back if that's what ends up happening? How do they keep you invested? What changes are they making? That's what made Wuthering Waves, as an example, for a gacha game so impressive, because Kuro Games, who only made one game prior with Punishing Gray Raven, which was a mobile game that was then ported to PC. But why I stand on the side of Wuthering Waves over a game like Zenless Zone Zero, because one game obviously looked at what was going on around it, had its fair share of issues, looked at its community and saw the traction that they were getting and said, no, we have to make changes. And they have to be changes that our competitor would not do. Hoyoverse will never be as friendly, as consumer friendly and focused as Kuro Games has been with Wuthering Waves, as an example. And as somebody who played Zenless Zone Zero, again, these games are free to play. But they are gacha games that prey on the fact that they want you to get a certain character, and you have to spend dollars to get these characters if you want them day one, because there is no other way to get these characters outside of grinding for months at a time to earn up a certain currency to just have a chance on getting those characters. I think that that's much more egregious, and maybe it's because I have expanded my palette out. Why I don't see why the focus on paying to grind faster is not as bad as someone paying for a loot box to potentially get that character. Your time versus maybe never getting it after you spend $1,000. What sounds worse? I think me spending $1,000 and not getting the thing that I was looking for is not only highway robbery, but it's fucking gambling. Where I can gamble with my time in a game that I'm having fun with. And I mean, I could be having fun over here too, but if this is just going to cost me time to play and grind, and I already like doing that, then I just don't think that's a thing that we should be focusing on. So.
No, let's be real. Most of the time, for most people, it ain't about whatever you're purchasing. It's about chasing the high, Steel. That's
of course.
Whether it's gambling or not, right? Any form of it's the high that you go after. Again, gamblers talk about this. Professional gamers talk about this all the time. It's not about the win, right? It's not about the win. It's about the high you get from taking that chance, right? That's what certain people are wired that way, right? That's why I like loot boxes. Right. That's why I like card packs. Like I said, I collected football cards, basketball cards. I loved the chase, bro. I loved the chase. It wasn't about whether or not I got that rookie card that I was looking for. It was about the chase, bro. That's why I like pull tabs, right? One of the worst gambling things you can do is pull tabs. fucking love it, bro.
Yo, Nixie, are you being for real? He says you lying. Is that real? $100 for a chance? Is that happening? Bro, that has been happening in mobile gaming for a long time.
Yeah.
You can spend X amount of dollars, I've seen it happen in people live streaming. People that will spend $1,000 for a new character that's releasing and not get the character because they got bad luck.
Yeah. It's no different than buying a box
and get mad about it.
Cards. That's the same shit. Yes.
So, I mean, so to Paul's point, it even goes back further than that. Yeah. It's just taking what was happening in real life, translating to games, which I don't think that should carry into games, personally. Now, have I interacted with the system? Yeah. But I also I can also limit myself and have control over myself and say, hey, as an example, Wuthering Waves is a gacha game. I only spent $35 on the game overall, which I think is well worth compared to the amount of time that I've put into the game, almost over 100 hours.
You also got lucky with a couple pulls, right?
I also got lucky and got the characters I was looking for, right? Both of them, Yinlin and now if I wouldn't have got them, would I have kept playing? Sure, because I have characters that I did like. Now, how long I would have played? It probably might have not been that long because that does turn into a turnoff for me because it's like, damn, I really wanted that. Fuck, now I can't get it. You're telling me that I have to spend X amount of money to possibly have a chance. That's fucked up for a character that may get power crept later, may have versatility, may not have versatility. Like that is much worse. Or just like Ultimate Team, to Palm's point, I don't see the excitement in that, but
so good.
It's been proven that many people do. People gamble.
So good.
It's been proven that people like to gamble. You know what I mean? Just because I don't think it's cool doesn't mean that people don't do it.
No.
And no, Nika, no, Arthur, I'm not playing Nikkei. It's not for me. It's too much. It's too much for a game that's just about jiggle physics and shooting shit. You're not even moving your character or anything. Like I'm
no, it's a pretty good shooter though. I'll tell you that much.
I heard this guy's got some good physics.
Yeah, it's got some good physics. Got some good aiming.
Yeah, it's got some good. That's all you're doing in it though is aiming.
I know. Bro, it's no different than the old arcade machines, right?
Sure, but I haven't played
Time Cop.
I played those in the arcade.
Operation Red Wolf, right?
I played those in the arcade though.
Yeah. But now you can play them on your PC, and they got.
I'm not rolling for jiggle physic characters to just aim and shoot stuff.
Why?
That's weird. I just think it's weird. I don't know. That's not for me. I'd rather have it the way that I have it, like they have it in the first Descendant. If you're going to make it blatant, and then let me be able to run around and build my character up and build this thing and enjoy what I'm getting out of the experience, you know? So, I don't know.
Still, did I mention that I bought accidentally my first hentai video game, by the way, on Steam?
I feel like you mentioned this like a couple weeks ago. Or did you do this recently?
I did this recently. By accident.
Like how recent?
Week and a half ago.
I feel like you might have mentioned this last week.
I don't think I did.
How did you accidentally?
Okay. Well, okay. It's a game. Like I was going through sales, right? And you know, I like my stupid. I make no qualms about the fact that I like my waifu games, like whatever.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, sure.
I don't do the hentai stuff. Like it's not my thing. Like whatever, it is what it is. But girls run around again, skippy outfits or losing their outfits or whatever. That's fun as shit, especially shooters. Like I like dumb shooters. You guys all know this. I love dumb shooters. I love dumb stuff like that. And Steam had a sale, right? And there was a game called Seed of the Dead 2 on there. And it was a zombie game, obviously, and waifu girls, whatever. Looked at the reviews. Reviews were, again, since I have no clues what this game is, right? Reviews were great, right? Well, I didn't. So this was Seed of the Dead 2. Reviews are great. Nobody mentioned anything like it said partial nudity, like it always does. Whatever, nothing outrageous, right? So I threw it in my cart, And then I saw they had Seed of the Dead 1 for like $2.99. I'm like, oh, fuck it. Whatever. If everybody liked this series, whatever. I run around and shoot some zombies, be stupid. It's like ultra cheap. So I just threw it in the cart, bought it, right? So I'm like, well, let's start with Seed of the Dead 1 and see, because I always like to try the original and see what the other one would be like. I pop in Seed of the Dead 1, bro. And I'm like, okay, cool. There's a mechanic steal on the battlefield while you're fighting off waves of zombies. Again, this is a brain dead shooter. I like brain dead games. Where you have the option to legit have sex with the waifus to get your health back and to get bonuses on the battlefield while the zombies are attacking. And I was like, you got to be kidding me, bro. You have got to be kidding me right now. And I come to find out, right? Because I'm like, okay. And it's flat out showing. I'm like, okay. And then they reward you later because if the girls get bit by zombies, the only way they can heal still, because they have a genetic DNA that allows them to not turn into zombies. But the only way they can heal is they get ultra horny. And you have to, once again, do them in order to make them not turn into zombies. Okay, afterwards. Yeah. So I'm like, okay. So I get through. I'm like, wow. Okay. So I'm like, do I even try Seed of the Dead 2? I tried Seed of the Dead 2 still. They took all that shit out. All of it. That's why it didn't mention anything. They changed the entire concept of the game. Like all they have is like this little mechanic where you to heal them, you pull out a health pack and you rub it like on their shoulders and they get a little blushy in the face. But they changed the entire dynamic of the game. Took all of that out. And so then it becomes more of my style of game where it's just a waifu shooter, like just whatever.
That's an extreme.
Maybe
totally they thought it was extreme too.
Probably. Or they thought they'd get a bigger audience by not having it straight up. But I was like, oh God, Steam, Jesus Christ. Man.
How do I get responsibility for creating this monster? I didn't do that. I'm usually the one preaching against it. I'm the one that people were showing fucking Buddy with the cheeks out that, man, I need some pants. I just wanted some pants. That's it. Pong's over here like, no, she don't need no pants. I'm like, what? I mean, just want an option, you know?
So I learned my lesson to pay attention to what's actually being said in the descriptors and to look at every game, even if it's a franchise. Because you just never know.
That is wild. That is wild that it changed that much from game to game, that they removed the whole mechanic.
And let me tell you, the gunplay is actually fun in that game, which is ridiculous. It is actually fun. And like the graphics steal, what caught my attention, right?
Mm-hmm.
What caught my attention originally by seeing the screenshots, right? Is it is set up, it's an Unreal Engine, Engine 4, right? But they have a realistic looking world and realistic looking zombies, like dark.
Okay.
But the characters are anime. So the girls are because they're anime in this like realistically more like world. They're cartoon anime characters, the big eyes and everything. Like they stand out. They're ultra colorful. So it was just a cool combination of the two aesthetics that I really caught my eye.
No, that's a wild ass game.
Like yeah. The first one, and then they got a whole camera system that you can move around.
Yeah, I think I'll stick with my Oni Chambara, and that's probably about to be my limit, man. that'll be my limit. I still haven't got through that yet.
Now there's no going back. Yeah. Oh, you get credit still because you started the naked movement. So.
Oh, I see that. Because I started the naked movement. It's all good. I get it. I tried to warn Pong, but things like this would happen when he got a PC. You see what happens?
Yeah.
It's that Dead or Alive beach volleyball coming back.
It's like the day I searched that game straight up live on the air when we were talking about it. And I searched that game, remember? And the hentai just popped up like instantly in the trailer, like flat out. I was like,
hey man, the same guy is a wide variety of content that you can explore. Well,
that is true.
Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't think that the first Descendant conversation would end up taking as long as it did, but it definitely did, and I'm glad that it did. I definitely am. With not very many other things happening this week as far as news goes, it only seemed right to talk about a game, and we do this on games that we get passionate about. We did it for Suicide Squad as well. We felt like people were overly critiquing the game, and the only thing that fell to the wayside for Suicide Squad is that they didn't have the end game together, apparently, for especially earlier on within the first couple of weeks of the game being out, right? But we still enjoyed everything for what it had available to us, and we did the same thing for Diablo. We did the same thing with every game that we end up having some passion for, and really getting into the detail of it, because at the end of the day, I don't care whether you like it or not. I don't care whether it's for you or not. You have to make that decision. I just want to see people more so be able to talk about something from that RTS approach, pulling themselves out of the world and saying, all right, what is this giving me? What is it not giving me? And outside of just saying that, oh, this game, it's taking so many different things from all these other games, when you don't do that with other games that you play. Every JRPG is taking from a previous JRPG. They are all very similar. There's a lot of anime-esque games that have been pulling from each other. Turn-based games, they all pull from each other. This is where we are at in the gaming stratosphere. You're not going to get games that are, this is the most brand new idea, and they're innovating in a space that has nothing been done before. And again, the game is not any different than what they had in the beta, what they sold the game as. So why do you, when the game releases, that now it's bad? And it's not just this one, it's other games that allow you to get a peek into behind the scenes, right? Serve says, I wish there was more explorability with secrets to be found, and I wish they had specific gears. Okay. He's saying Serve was saying two things are lacking in the first. Other than that, I'm having fun with it and it's not bad. He was saying the explorability with secrets to be found, and I wish they had specific gears and not just skins. That's my only complaints, but I like how fast the characters move. And again, like when you go back and you look at other games that try to do something similar, like Outriders, which was a pay to play game, like Borderlands, Tiny Tina, I think that this game has a little bit more of the fun qualities than maybe those games did. And again, going back and saying that, oh, these missions are repetitive. Where have we been at in the last 20 years? These style of games typically don't have the most diverse mission structure across the board. And we loved Outriders 2 as well, Nixie. That's the crazy thing. We thoroughly enjoyed Outriders.
We played the DLC. We were playing DLC. We did it all. It was great.
When you have a game that has an end game, that has loot, that has character progression, that has all these underlying systems, it's crazy to try to throw it out within the first week, within 10 hours, and say, oh, this game doesn't have enough. Let's just say that the game isn't for you and move on. That's the biggest thing. It's the disingenuous conversation. It's not going to go away, but I do hope that it gets better, for sure.
Yeah, no. I don't know. I think we've crushed it. I don't know how much more there is to say. I just think there's a lot of games. Nowadays, there's just a lot of games that get just instantly destroyed one way or the other, for no apparent reason. It's just a strange phenomenon. Another perfect example, Godfall Steel. Godfall.
Yeah, I thought Godfall was a decent game.
Bro, we had a lot of fun in Godfall too. Holy shit, we had a lot of fun in Godfall.
It was different, right? It took some things from Warframe as well, right?
Yeah, for sure. I just, again, I don't know what it is. I think it really does. Base level, it is negativity gets the attention now. versus positivity. And I really think that people just are locked in or have become conditioned to talk negatively or to speak negatively on a consistent basis because they get the engagement from others. And that has infested pretty much everything in life. But we see it all the time in video games, an entertainment industry that is offering, again, not a select few experiences for people every year. It is offering thousands and thousands of different experiences for you. But you got to be willing to get outside your box and not listen to the noise around some of it to actually see for yourself. But nowadays, everybody wants the instantaneous response. And more likely than not, it's going to be negative when it's coming from certain groups of people because it gets the attention that they want, whether it's for clickbait, for the journalists, so that they make their money, their ad revenue, all that kind of stuff, even though they try to tell us that that's not anything a real bullshit. It isn't. Or whether it's just the talking heads out here that enjoy talking about gaming more than they actually do gaming anymore. They get that same response as well. And I really think that's a sad state of affairs. And I guess that's why we're always going to be sitting here talking about it, Steele, and giving our opinions and having whole entire shows on a game and the talking points around it. Even though it's not the biggest game in the world. Again, this is not Grand Theft Auto 6. This is the first Descendant. Right.
And I don't even know if Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to have a whole show dedicated to it. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know, Steele. No, it's interesting. Real quick too, Steele. I know you got to get out of here. It just reminded me when I was talking about fucking Seed of the Dead too. I did want to shout out two positives from that I picked up also cheap on Steam, ultra cheap. Two positive smaller games real quick. I should have said this in the beginning, but I totally forgot I actually played these games. Again, the first Descendant took over my brain. But these two games, first of all, Vampire Survivors fans, if you're looking for a Brotato, whatever, that whole auto shooter genre. If you're looking for one with a different take on it, there's tons of them out there now. They're copycats freaking galore, right? And there's good ones out there. But I picked up this little game that I had heard, and I don't know, I'd seen it, somebody posting about it somewhere, whatever else, on Steam. I bought it super cheap. It is a super cheap game anyways to begin with. So go pick this up if you're into Vampire Survivors. It's called Halls of Torment. Go check this game.
People love that. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people
what's different is the aesthetic. Yes, it's still old school, right? It's still old, but this is like old school CRPG graphics. It reminds me of an RPG from back in the day, an old CRPG, super dark, right? Cavernous kind of areas, like all the graphics remind me of like the first like Neverwinter Nights. Okay. If we're going back, or the first Baldur's Gate, the graphics remind me of that. But if you like Vampire Survivors, this is tougher than Vampire Survivors is as well. So this is going to give you a little bit more challenge, but it's got some really cool ass mechanics to it. Some really cool gameplay loops in it. Go check out Halls of Torment for sure. The other one, roguelike players. There's another one out there. This is an indie roguelike. One of the coolest concepts I've seen in a while from a roguelike, as far as the whole style of the game. And this one is called Beacon. This has gotten some play on Steam as well. Some people have talked about this game. I picked this up cheap as well, but go check out Beacon. It's hard to describe without actually showing video of it. But it's a sci-fi roguelite. And you are basically a clone. The mechanic that's dope about this one is that as you are, and if you like exploration and you like secrets, the levels have all of that. Okay. There are multiple secrets throughout the levels that you can find. Some are obvious, some are not obvious. It's got branching pathways that can take you into mini bosses where you can gain weapons or whatever else. You basically get your main weapons that you can swap out. If you find a new weapon that you want to try out or like, you could swap it out anytime on the battlefield if you find a new one, or you get to the store where you can buy one. They've got skills, passive and active skills that you can pick up, like grenades, right? Or your active stuff. You can get different stuff for that, but you can get passive skills too. But the thing is that you also, when you kill certain monsters, you pick up strands of DNA, alien DNA. And they got various rankings of DNA within this game. And then at the end of the level, you have the ability, or actually I should say within the level, you have the ability to go resynthesize your DNA. And depending on some of the DNA is volatile, so it can mutate in unknown ways. Basically, this is how you get like different abilities or different new things that, basically new abilities, I should say, on your character too. So as you plant the DNA, some of them you kind of know what you're going to get. Some of them can mutate in new ways, but you don't know. But when you plant the DNA, like I planted this DNA that allowed me to have better basically radar or pick up on the radar further away. My character grew antennas. Okay, because I had placed this new DNA, and it's got a simplified, really kind of simplified graphic style to it, but it works, and the action and the combat is dope. It is really fun. So go check out Beacon if you guys like roguelikes, for sure. I can highly recommend that one as well. So I just want to get those two.
Okay, bet. Lydian asks, Steel, you going to try Flintlock? I'm not going to play the demo. I am going to play the game when it releases, though. I'm already sold through the game. I don't need to be convinced of anything. I like what I see. I like the gameplay aspects. Again, it's another one of those games where if you were asking like what is a Steel type game, that's essentially you can go through the trailer, the gameplay trailer especially, and say, yep, that's one of them for sure. So yeah, I'm gonna be playing that on release. Absolutely, cannot wait for that one. Looks super dope. Looks to be a lot of fun as well. So, well. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I have reached my peak limit for sure, and I gotta wind things down. Was going to get into this day in gaming as I usually do, but to be frank, I think I have just enough of steam to wind it on down. So greatly appreciate everybody for coming through, especially with us having an action-packed conversation just about mainly the first Descendant and games that we've been playing, along just with our ideology of how we approach the gaming stratosphere. And again, this is the home of that RTS view. We pull ourselves back, we look at everything that's going on, and the biggest reason I felt like this was an important conversation to have is because of the way that the conversation is being driven onto a wider audience. This isn't just the Twitter community talking about, no, this is hundreds of thousands of people who are watching other content creators talk about a game in a form that I just don't think is 100% accurate, and saying that it's pay to win, saying that it's not worth people's time, saying a bunch of different things for a game that's free to play, that has cross-play, cross-save, is doing all the great things that we would typically ask for paid games, right? And this game is seemingly doing, especially when you get in game, is seemingly doing things right. Again,
at a AAA level too.
At a AAA level for sure. It looks good. It's clean. It feels good to play. It feels unique. It's definitely one of the better looters that I have played in recent years. Again, I am enjoying it as much as I would a Division, for an example, right? Not saying it's better or it's worse or anything like that. I haven't put enough time into it, and we'll see how it ends up going into the end game. But again, comparatively, Anthem's story was less than 20 hours long, and it had no end game. This game, by the time I get to 20 hours, I don't even think that I'll be at end game yet, right? So comparatively, I mean, in Palm's over 30, and there's just so much more to it than that, man. So it's very telling to see how the content's out there. Can't wait to see more. Can't wait to experience more with the community for the people that are playing and invested, like Decado, for an example. we're gonna end up getting in there and really rocking and rolling, man. So I plan on having this in the main rotation, especially for my looter, for some time. This might be the game that I hold on to in comparison to like my homies did with Warframe, right? How my brother feels about Warframe. Maybe this is how I end up feeling about the first Descendant, and it continues to be in my rotation. But again, it's great to be a gamer, great to be part of the hobby, great to have this passion, and it's definitely great to be able to chop it up with my brother from another, catch up, and get our ideas out there about how we're feeling about what's going on. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you for joining us on episode 155. I'll start with the outros and say, you can find me, Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain I. That's He is a 7 everywhere. Easiest place to type it in is that Google search bar. Other than that, I do frequent the streets of Twitter, otherwise known as X, and the Xbox ecosystem, because it works so well between the console itself and the PC. Outside of that, you guys can catch me in the streets of Albion, get into it, leveling up my bunny, and we'll see if we end up getting some cosmetics and whatnot down the road. But nonetheless, much love for everybody tuning in. Pong, get these beautiful people out of here. Let them know where they can find you. You're doing another show tonight with PTK. And I believe you said Mav was going to be there as well. So it's definitely going to be interesting to hear your guys' thoughts. Maybe, hopefully, Mav was able to get some more time in. I saw Psycho was playing as well. Maybe he'll end up being in there. It's going to be interesting to see how PCK ends up trying to limit that conversation. Because, again, we just did 3 hours talking about just one game.
Blam's been loving it too, Steel.
And he's been enjoying it
the hell out of it. Yeah. So no, thank you all for joining us again. Well, strange episode, but this is how we roll here, man. Again, I don't think I expected to.
I definitely expected it.
A lot of conversation. Again, it just brings a lot in, like Steele said, outside of just the games themselves, and it doesn't just apply to First Descendant anymore. And we've had plenty of these. Again, the perfect example is Cyberpunk. When first Cyberpunk came out, Steele and I were out here ranting about how people were on the hate train for, again, there was some valid stuff that we talked about, but there was just a lot of, it just seemed like an invalid stuff. And obviously, as we've seen with Cyberpunk's resurgence, I think a lot of our conversation was valid. That there was just a lot of people that hated it just because everybody else was. And we just want to try to, again, combat that with our little channel here, and the people out there that do watch us, that do listen to us, just let them know how we feel about it, and that not everything being said is accurate. And not every criticism out there is being very fair to the game itself. When it comes to the context that it's being put in, there's a lot being left out that people just might not understand if they don't do their own investigative work. So thank you all for joining us for that big conversation on it, and all of our little stupid stuff as well. We appreciate it. Again, you guys giving us your time while you're doing your stuff on a Saturday or Sunday, depending on where you are in the world. We appreciate every single one of you. Thank you for being here. All love and respect to all of you. So you can find me Pongso on X, formerly known as Twitter, Pongso on Xbox, Pongso on Steam, GOG, Epic, wherever. You know how to find me. And then, like Steele said, tonight it is PTK Blam's channel. The best way to end your Saturday night is the Shop Podcast. And we are back. We came back last week to a great show. This week is going to be no different. Lots of First Descendant talk because you got a lot of people who love it that are going to be there. PTK Blam. Fuzzy's been playing a little bit too. He's been back on Division as well, but he's been playing a little bit of it. Mav secretly has been playing it as well. We found out last night. And myself, we will all be there 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. The Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel. Be there for that. Next week it starts all over again. Hopefully news starts picking up a little bit again after the holiday. But Tuesdays, it's all good things green. Double Barrel Gaming's the channel. Boomstick is the man. Be there 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time for the Xbox Factor podcast. And of course, Thursday night, Mav and I feel like we haven't done a show in a month. And basically, Mav broke it down because of the way that we kind of line things up. It has been almost a month by the time next week rolls around that we haven't been on PM and the PM, but PM and the PM. Next Thursday should be a go. 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time on the Fun Speculation channel. Me and Mav do a lot of what Steele and I do here. 3+ hours on a Thursday night, breaking things down. Normally we have news that breaks on Thursdays. It just kind of happens that way. So be there for that. And then Friday night, Xbox Ultimate, where the family gets together. Never know how many are going to be there. It was just me, Mav, and Fuzz last night. But sometimes we get a full house too. Jasper's been jumping back in when he can. Psycho shows up when he can. 3-Bit even made an appearance a couple weeks ago. But Xbox Ultimate's a great time on Friday nights on the Fun Speculation channel as well. 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. And then, God willing, back here with my brother for another conversation. And like I said, Once Human, we're going to try to get some run in a little bit next week and see how our initial feelings are on Once Human. We'll give you a breakdown of that and hopefully some more news as well. But you guys all know it's the golden age of gaming. Get out there. If it's not the first Descendant, my God, go pick something else out. Play what you love. Love what you play. Enjoy it. Enjoy the hell out of it. And I'll talk to you all real soon. Steele, get us out of here, brother.
One other quick note.
Yeah.
Yo, a modder's adding multiplayer to fucking Cyberpunk.
Oh, I was thinking about that at one point. I wonder if somebody does.
Yeah, making a multiplayer mod and
co-op.
It has desync issues. Yeah.
Okay.
It's essentially a co-op multiplayer mod.
Oh God.
That is just fucking. That is just insane to me. But anyway.
Yeah.
Nonetheless. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming through. Much love to you. Stay safe out there, and we'll catch you in the next episode. That's episode 156. Much love. Peace.
Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.
And I can't let go.